room. Have we seen Ricky come in yet?
Yes.
Yep, thank you, sir. Hi, Ricky. Thank you. Okay, 6:32. We're gonna get rolling. Welcome everybody to a new year, 2026. Who can even believe it? Just when we thought 2025 was as big a dumpster fire as 2020, here we are in 2026. And our mandate is even greater to protect our democracy, to find ways to lead, to protect our neighbors, and to protect those who are neighbors to others, just to look out for all of humanity. I thank you for being here and sharing this space. And you are all here because you have already stepped up to lead. I'm so grateful for that. As we head into February, which is Black History Month, I really want to recall that this is 100 years of celebrating our first Black History Month. And in some ways, it feels like we've rolled back 50. So let's carry that in our heart as we're looking out for all of our neighbors and for the progress that we have made, and we do not want to let it slip back any further. I was heartened to read some words in emails today about closing out the month of January, a month that's been a combination of trauma, depression, existential threat, but at times also inspiring and hopeful. And I feel hopeful standing with you today. And I feel inspired by the work that my friends have done carrying their whistles in our neighborhood and the bravery we all hold doing that, because now we know the potential consequence. So I urge you to connect with WAISN, with Whistle Crew. I urge you to open your heart and your arms and your doors to protect all of those who are vulnerable in our community. So thank you for finding that inspiration with me and keeping that hope and not falling too deeply into despair. And if you do, join me with my orange cream soda, my current celebration of choice. That is a big indulgence. Keep showing up, keep caring, and keep standing up for one another. Thank you guys very much. This month, I opted for a slightly different agenda with a suggested timeline. And I've learned to not consider it anything more than that, because I would hate to be held accountable for it. As you can tell, we're 3 minutes in, and I have yet to call for an adoption of agenda. So already, a suggested timeline is exactly what it is. With that, I would like to ask anybody for feedback on the agenda, if there are any objections to it. If there are no objections, we will consider that agenda adopted by acclamation. And again, that is a suggested timeline, just hoping to help keep us on track as I try over 11 meetings now for a 2-hour meeting. Hi, Lisa. I see your
Hi.
hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question. I don't see anything on the agenda regarding the item from November regarding the line item and donation to Native orgs. So I just wanted to, we're going to get an update on the status of the inquiry with PDC.
Absolutely, and we'll be happy to address that later on. It is not a agenda item as it was tabled.
Okay,
And
yeah. So but it is going to be addressed today, you said?
it's a possibility, and that would be under new business.
Okay, should I
And
ask?
it's nice to see you tonight, Lisa.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for
Yeah,
joining us.
I'm going to keep my camera off for right now, but
Yeah,
okay, should I ask about it later then, or will it just be?
that would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised or questions about the agenda, we'll consider this approved by acclamation.
Business.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
only
you.
business if they heard back and we can bring it back from the table.
Hi, Hunter.
So, I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
Hi.
sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to raise my hand. And so, like,
Yeah.
is it new business if it was covered last month?
We did not have a December meeting. All of our December meetings were review of the endorsement questionnaires. Super. Thank you, everybody. All right. Next up is our November minutes. Just a reminder, everybody's had these minutes for the draft of the minutes for 10 days. And we always encourage and hope that you know in an ongoing basis that we would love, Ricky and I both would love feedback as soon as you see the drafts, so that we can make sure that we keep this up to date prior to the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. At this point, I would like to see any hands. I don't see any hands raised. I don't see any questions. I see nothing in chat. I think this means we can assume no changes are needed. We didn't receive any in email. Any questions, any additions? Seeing none, I think we can take these minutes as adopted by acclamation. Super. Thank you. Super duper. Wonderful. Now I'd like to make a quick introduction before we move on to committee reports. And there's a new face in the room because we have sadly had to say goodbye to an old friend. Alex Bejaran Estevez has moved out of King County. Very excited for him to move into a beautiful, new to them home. But unfortunately, it's outside of county lines. So Alex can no longer serve as our parliamentarian. So over the next few months in this interim period, we have the great pleasure to welcome Kevin Connolly, who is a professional registered parliamentarian, to our group to help guide us through this transition time, help us all learn something that is 600 pages of of parliamentary complexity. And Kevin, I'm so glad to have you here. Would you like to give a little wave and just say hello so everybody knows which box is you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's actually 700 pages now. It keeps growing. But yes, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to serve the party actually as well. So any questions, people can just chat with me. I'm welcome to hear anything.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you. And I welcome your comments throughout the meeting, Kevin, to help keep us on track. Well, we are in general a warm and welcoming and friendly conversational group. Sometimes that causes me to go astray from Roberts. So please help me stay on track. I appreciate that so much. I'd like to start our committee reports with our vice chairs. And if possible, Andrew, could you go first?
Welcome everyone to January. Andrew Ashofu, him, and the Vice Chair Outreach. A few things, we're working on our calendar, and if you have any events happening in your LD, please let us know, reach out to us. We're already in the talks about Pride this year and other things. And then please, we need to do a massive outreach regarding delegate selection. The directory opened yesterday for the state's convention in Spokane, and they are trying to get over 1,000 candidates, and they are barely at 200. So please, if you need any help reaching out to communities, tell your LD chair to reach out to either Beth and I, and we could work with caucuses chairs to help get there. Also, we're working on ensuring that we could reach out to and grow our PCO this year. And this year is those who want to be elected PCOs should run, and we would like to see how we can reach out to communities not represented. And thank you everyone, and over to you, Beth.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Andrew. I'm really excited that Andrew's creating some new relationships for us. We'll not only be participating in Seattle's Pride celebration, but also working with Pride Across the Bridge and also Snoqualmie Valley Pride. So if you have other regional Pride groups that we can help raise up in our community, we would love to please have them connect with me and or Andrew. That would be fantastic. And as a precursor to that, we're working right now on our t-shirts, which we hope to have available this spring. So you'll see stuff coming out in email about that. Lots of good action in our outreach group. Next up is Christopher Katz, our communications chair. Chris, I wonder, can you come on screen while you're doing the part you're doing?
So far so good. Hi.
Hey.
Not much to say in communication space. We are looking into the idea of trying to buy some ad space toward the end of this year. I wanted to give a heads up about that to promote our endorsements as we ramp our way into the election itself. Otherwise, the other ask I would have for everybody in the room would be to, for those at least who have Basecamp access, visit the KCDEMS All section of it. The public calendar in there please fill that with every event that you have happening in your LD that you know about, whatever. But those will be reflected on the KCDEMS website. Anything that is on that calendar shows up on the site. So please give us lots to do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Hey, Bunny, looks like you have your hand raised. And a special event we need to be aware of?
No, I have a question. When he was talking about an expenditure, was this ad costs to promote our endorsed candidates? Because he talked about as
Yes.
endorsements. I need a little clarity there. So
No
is this
problem. Yes, the hope is, at least the idea in inception is that we would, once the endorsement process is complete, we're past, we're getting to the last couple of weeks, the ballots are being mailed out, that we buy a little bit of ad space just to promote, to put a link to the endorsements page to guide people to that page a little bit more explicitly.
Awesome.
Yes, really excited about that, to tell you the truth. Really excited about that. Next up would typically be our fourth vice chair, who is Melissa Taylor, our chair of fundraising. But we have accepted Melissa's resignation as she is building out other parts of her activist and advocate lifestyle. So we have an open role right now. If you or somebody in your LD has depth of experience in fundraising, or perhaps a depth of Rolodex, as we used to say in the 90s, we would love to talk to them about possibly taking on this role. So Vice Chair of Fundraising sits open, and we're very interested in knowing if you know somebody who might, and that somebody might be you, might be interested in working with us. So that sits open. Next up is our treasurer report. Diana, wonder if you'd like to have the floor now.
Sure. So folks should have received the most recent treasurer's report in their call to meeting. Most of the fundraising that came in during the end of the year was from campaigns where we had supported candidates, and their campaigns were closing, and so they distributed a large chunk of those funds to us. Unfortunately, even with that, we still only received a little over $1,000 in total donations in the month of December. So we're running a little short on funds as to where we planned to be at this time of year. Of course, Melissa being super busy human and having too many other things on her plate has slowed us down a bit. But I'm going to say that with the amazing work that Andrew is doing, getting us started for Pride, y'all can see, you can expect to see those t-shirts going up when we get the images done, and we will be asking for donations, for which we then give you a gift of a t-shirt. So looking forward to that. We've got some planned expenditures coming up. This is Q4 of our fiscal year, this January through March time period. We've got some, as Beth mentioned, we've got some website updates that we need to do. Some of it is revamping the site. Some of it's pretty basic security and data privacy kind of stuff. So we're really looking forward to getting that done. We've got some professional services that are coming in, and of course, we're going to pay for those t-shirts in advance to make it easier to get them out to people and into hands. We're also actively working on the next fiscal year budget. So y'all should expect to see that. We will absolutely have it distributed before March 1st, as Chris has alluded to. The officers have requested their expenditures, and we're now working through the process of trying to be realistic about balancing the expenditures versus the income to make sure that we're not overextending, and also that we're getting the most bang for our buck. We did an amazing job this fiscal year in doing a lot of cutting of costs where we could be more efficient, and now we're taking advantage of those efficiency gain dollars to move the organization forward.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you very much. I appreciate your careful fine-tooth comb look through our budgeting for efficiencies, for ways to reduce those costs. And I look forward to the upcoming budget plan. Super excited to have our t-shirts rolling in the spring, and hopefully we'll be able to distribute them at a volunteer palooza or other such fun activity in the spring, but to have them good and early so you can wear them to all of your events. Awesome. Super, Diana. Thanks very much. No questions for Diana? Just more Beth yammering, just in case. Questions for our treasurer? Oh, Diana, lucky this month. Next up, we have what is the most amazing piece of work that we have accomplished in many, many years. But here we are in January, handing the mic at this meeting over to our endorsement chair, Kat Pipkin, whose committee has had, 50, almost 60 meetings to create our candidate endorsement packet. Kat, I'm going to spotlight you and ask you to take the floor.
Okay. I look like this because we've had 50 endorsement meetings.
You look great.
Okay, we have, let me drop into chat the endorsement committee report for the month here. Anybody would like to follow along? And I happen to have that right up here to share. So I'm a little nervous. This is a big night. This is I'm nervous and excited, and I see a lot of people who did a lot of work on this project here on the call tonight. So Thank you for all of that. Two short, quick, I'm sure, easy to manage things tonight. The first is that the endorsement committee would like to submit a recommendation for an endorsement recommendation. That is for King Conservation District Supervisor District 3. The committee recommends Chris Porter and formally submits that as a recommendation, as a motion and a second. Beth, do you want me to continue on, or do you want to handle that?
So typically we would ask Chris to leave the room and then have discussion and a vote. So why don't we, since we're here, why don't we just go right ahead and do that? Our very own member, Chris Porter, our KCDCC rep, who has also previously been on the King Conservation District Council. I'm going to ask you to very clunkily do it. I don't know if Chris can put you in a waiting room and bring you back, or if you need to log out and then log back in. Chris Katz, what do you think?
Are you wanting to put him in a waiting room, or do you want him to speak?
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. No, I figured it out and just did it.
Okay. All
Waiting
right.
room. Because we did not invite all the candidates to speak. So I just would love you to discuss the process and how your committee came to the recommendation.
Sure. We held interviews, and it's in the report. We interviewed sorry, I'm clumsy here tonight. We interviewed all three candidates in one sitting, as has been our objective here in the last 2 years. We've tried to bunch up candidates for the same position on the same night, and being as we had one race to interview for, that was surprisingly difficult to get 3 people together on the same night. Beth carried the scheduling load for that, so I just want to say thank you, Beth, for managing to wrangle 3 very busy candidates, some of whom were traveling and out of the country, and it was just, there was a challenge, and thank you for doing that. The committee convened then on, that was January 15th. Making sure that I'm not lying about that here. We convened on January 15th. We were able to interview all 3 of the candidates, and then subsequently had a meeting, discussion, discussed the candidates, and took a committee vote. The committee voted to recommend Chris Porter for endorsement by King County Democrats Central Committee.
Thank you. Kat, would you like us to go to a vote on that?
I think given that both things we're talking about need votes, well, I can just, do you want me to just introduce the questionnaires now, or do you want to, what works best for you?
I'd like to be able to welcome Chris back in the room.
Okay, that'd be great.
And we do have a hand up. Hi, Hannah. Thanks for raising your hand. What's your question tonight?
Hi, I wanted to seek some clarification before we have a vote on the potential endorsement of Chris Porter. If he is not in the room, he is our delegate to the county, and so I wanted to make sure that is he allowed to vote, and if not, can I be credentialed in the meantime to have full representation from our LD? Thank you.
Absolutely. Chris most certainly has the ability to vote on this. So we will ask him for that. But I do like to create an opportunity for us to have a discussion that he doesn't have to listen into, because sometimes, we need to be able to speak freely. So thank you, Hannah, for checking, but we'll make sure that Chris gets to vote. Perfect. Thank you. So I'd like to ask the group, do you have any questions? Are you wondering about the other candidates? How did we arrive at this? Lots of us were in these interviews and now know a little bit about each of the 3 candidates. I'd be very happy to let any of us respond to any questions. Seeing none, I would like to use this as a practice for our voting and ask Alex and Aaron if you are ready to have folks vote on this endorsement recommendation. Is that ballot prepared for us? Hi, Alex.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I believe the ballot is prepared if you are ready.
I am ready. Let's go ahead and pop that into the chat. As we all know, any recommendation that comes from the endorsement committee is considered a motion and a second. And the ballot will reflect that this is to adopt their recommendation to endorse Chris Porter for King Conservation District, and I believe it's District 3. You will need to refer back to an email you received earlier that has a word followed by 2 digits. And that is your secret voting code for today. So everybody who has a star or an asterisk next to their name is ready to vote. And that's going to go in the chat in just a second. Hi, Chris Roberts.
Hi, did we get Chris Porter back into the room at this point?
We can welcome him back now. And he can also vote from the from that room. But yes, let's go ahead and welcome him back. Thank you, Chris. And I also noticed that Carolyn Harp, who is a voting delegate from LD5, is here. So click the link in your chat. That will populate or open a new tab for you where you will need to answer the few questions, the email address that you received your voting credential from, your first name, your last name, and the personal voting code, followed by clicking the dot that you attest that it is you voting, and your approval or rejection of the recommended endorsement. I'll give everybody 2 minutes to do that.
Apologies, I must have missed this. What email address did it come from, the code?
I will look at mine and see which email address it came from. It came from, let me just,
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't quite remember.
Thank you. Julie, I see your message. And if you are able to private message me through the chat, I'll make sure that your vote is counted. You can sign. Yeah, go ahead and send me a message. That'd be better. Thanks. Hi, Carolyn. Nice to see you. You have a question for us.
You're on mute, Carol.
Unmute. I accidentally deleted it, and so I rejoined, and now my chat doesn't really have much in it.
Okay, we're going to give you that link again in the chat. I'm just going to copy it over.
So I'll see if it's in there now.
Hold on, here it comes.
Okay.
Just put it in there.
Yes, I found it. Oh, good.
Great.
Okay, so now, there's a lot of typing to be done. Fortunately, I have got, C. Carol.
I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, Carolyn, okay? Okay. Julie, I see your hand is raised.
Just wondering if it's acceptable to join on another computer, but keep this one open. Of course, if there's future votes, I will only vote once. The other computer, I can type on my keyboard, but the computer I'm using right now has a much better sound system.
Understand completely. Well, we will look forward to seeing you log in twice, but potentially be muted on both. Thank you.
God, Otis says he feels targeted by your post in the chat.
Alex Jones, thank you for raising your hand.
Thank you. I was just going to say if anyone needs to vote on a different device, that is fine. You could vote on whatever. Even if you vote multiple times, only the most recent will count.
Oh, good reminder. Excellent reminder. Thank you. And just want to make sure that the tally team saw 2 messages from me in the meeting management chat. And I'm very much enjoying Scott Aldridge's cat meme. Very cute. All right. I think that everybody's had some time, and I would love to ask the tally team if they feel that they have received all of the votes anticipated tonight. That's correct, Josh. And Alex, yes.
Yes. So I still have 2 ballots to cure right now with Jennifer Curtis and Carolyn Harp, but the final tally outweighs those votes if you'd like the results.
Yes, please.
Cool. So even with the 2 unresolved votes, there were 33 ballots cast, and then the 2 that you sent me, so 35 in total. 32 total approves and 3 rejects.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chris, congratulations. It's a pleasure to have you back in the room, and congratulations on earning this endorsement. Isabella, I see your hand is raised.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just a point of information from the tally team. If my vote went through, I'm assuming it did, but I just want to confirm before the night gets rolling.
If I may, Beth, yeah, it did go through. You did forget to put in first in front of first LD. So just make sure you're typing your email in full, but I corrected that.
Copy that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. Hi, Chris. I see your hand is raised.
Yes, I just wanted to say a quick thanks because I have to jump off and go to a forum as well. So I wanted to say thank you everyone for your support. It means a great deal to me. This is arguably one of the most difficult elections to run in. It always happens either during, that's my dog agreeing, during reorg or a period now where the weather is not conducive. So any and all help and assistance can be. The only thing I'd like to leave this audience with is there are a number of LDs that did not endorse because their schedules were too busy or that sort of thing. Anytime, in my opinion, there's a viable candidate in any position, whether it's dog catcher, KCD, or mayor, we have an obligation to make our voice and interests known in that race. And so I urge those LDs that didn't endorse in this race to at least remind people of the postcard and the position taken by this organization. So thank you all so very much for the endorsement.
Thank you, Chris. Good luck in the League of Women Voters Forum.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just popped into chat for everybody who's in King Conservation District, District 3. That is the link to do your voting. While it is tallied by, and you can follow your vote through King County elections, they actually do this balloting in a unique way where you go to their website and do it from there. Plus side is you no longer have to print a document that you have a wet signature on and then have to find a stamp and mail it in. You can do it all online, but we are working alongside the King Conservation District to, over the course of the next couple of years, move this into a regular balloting cycle. Until we get there, please encourage your friends and neighbors to participate in this important election. Thank you. Thanks. Super. Well, thank you. I will hand the floor back over to Kat for discussion of the endorsement committee's candidate questionnaires.
Thanks, Beth. Okay, let's go to. So everyone should have received the complete questionnaire packet. Everyone did receive the complete questionnaire packet in their reminder email. However, I'll drop this into chat here. As Beth talked about at the top of the meeting, we held dozens, dozens of meetings. We had different folks developing questionnaires. We held all interest meetings. We held 2 feedback meetings in December. We solicited feedback electronically, and we're open to having conversations as well about that. So we feel really good that this represents, you know, all the input that was available to get. There was a formatting note, just to be clear about that these items here in for the judicial races here are the first questionnaire up. These are just the topics to make it a little easier to analyze and look at kind of the pattern of questioning and what the, you know, the arc of the question pattern is. So those will not be on the question as presented in the online form. Those are just for our edification as we're reviewing and analyzing those. Races included this year are judicial. This questionnaire covers all of the branches of judicial from municipal on up to the state Supreme Court. King County Assessor, King County Counsel, King County Director of Elections, King County Prosecuting Attorney, 1 Seattle City Council race, Washington State Legislature. Those are all single LD races, obviously, and most of the LDs use our questionnaire. And everyone who wants a King County Democrats endorsement does need to fill that out. And then U.S. House of Representatives. Questions, comments. Do you want me to kind of scroll through these, Beth? I noticed that you did that with prior minutes, or what works best for you?
I think that'd be a nice idea. Give
Okay,
people a focus on the topics that we are addressing with each role. And just so everybody knows, we use the state party platform as a foundational document and map the party platform that dozens of people have provided input to help guide us in creating questions that we hope are timely. We do try to ask one question per question.
One question per question. And understand, you know, just to make it clear, if you weren't part of the earlier meetings in which we talked about this, the KCDCC or other, we reserve a lot of questions, things that where the topic might change between now and when they fill out the questionnaire, for example, things that are really timely. Sometimes we reserve those for during the interview. for as interview questions. So there are some topics that are very important and that people did bring up in our questionnaire development sessions that are not reflected in the questionnaire, and that is because we were reserving those for interview questions. So here's the judicial races if folks have had a moment to look at those. King County Assessor. And I can zoom in if people need that, if anyone's on a phone. While folks are reviewing, I want to give a huge shout out to the committee vice chair, Dean Rodenbaugh. Dean is currently out of the country. Dean shepherded us through this entire process. Dean led on this. Dean did a brilliant job of getting all the questionnaires aligned, of getting, helping us get all the meetings set up, of meeting with people developing questionnaires at the times of their choosing. So just hats off to Dean, and I hope you are enjoying Rome. King County Council questions. And Beth, just to note, we do have a hand raised, so shall I go ahead and go through the other 4 questionnaires real quick and then take any questions?
That's a great idea.
Okay.
Thanks for waiting just for another moment, Josh.
King County Director of Elections, never more important than now, at least not in our lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going too fast scrolling through these, folks, just let me know. Want to make sure that everyone has a chance to review. And the House of Representatives is the last to preview on the screen. Pull those down. I assume if people have questions, we can put them back up, but just so we can see each other.
Yeah, super. Then I'd like to ask Josh. Thanks for waiting, Josh. Appreciate your patience. What's your question for Kat?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, so I take it we're going to be voting on this document. Is there going to be an opportunity to, say, expand on these questions? While I was involved in a couple or in some of the meetings for this, I did not make it to the final meeting, and it looks like some of the conversations that were happening around, particularly around the subject and topic of climate change and the environment, don't look like they were quite as robust. They're not quite as robust within this document. So just curious if there will be an opportunity to continue to tailor this document.
Madam Chair, I can take that if
Please,
you like.
please
Okay.
do. Thank you.
No, unless there's an egregious error in here at this point. However, yes, and I want to say no and here on this, because climate change will almost certainly be a topic that we'll be asking about in the interviews. And that's an area where we still really have some flexibility of going deeper on the questions. And so, Josh, I would it would be great if you would, as we get closer to interview time, and finalize interview questions, your input would be really helpful there as well. Does that answer the question?
It does, Kat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for caring. Thanks for being so passionate and for weighing in time and time again. It's really important and we really appreciate it.
Very much so. I see the next hand is Tara. Tara, do you have a question for Kat?
It's just a comment based on the previous discussion, which is, yeah, obviously you can't stick everything in the questionnaire, but keep in mind for the future, if you are still doing this or anyone who is doing this in the future, several of the LDs use the King County questionnaire, and that is their primary source for candidate information. So we don't get the benefit of what is discussed in the interviews. So just keeping that in mind and trying to make a fuller questionnaire would be helpful for the LDs. We've been kind of historically viewed the King County questionnaire as sparing candidates, 10 questionnaires from other groups. And it's been more of a, pan King County LD org.
Right. May I respond, Madam Chair?
Please do.
Okay. That's a great point. We have, Madam Chair, we've gone in the last 3 years, where we started was, it was a really long questionnaire, like really, really long, really granular. And that was somewhat onerous. And it was also clear that candidates themselves weren't filling out the questionnaire in all cases. Recognizing we have many candidates here on the call, some candidates on the call tonight, and I'm sure you would never do that. But it was so exhaustive that it was clear that it was pretty onerous, and recognizing also that candidates are filling out questionnaires from a lot of different organizations. So we tried to scale that back to not be quite as onerous. What I think I'm hearing Tara say, Madam Chair, is that maybe we've gone a little bit too far the other direction and maybe could add another question or two for future to just make it a little bit more well-rounded. The other thing I would say is that every LD's endorsement committee is welcome to attend King County Democrats interviews. We welcome that, and we encourage that. We feel like, the candidates are giving us the gift of their time. Sometimes there are people who, for example, run the DCCC, don't have a lot of time to spare. And so when we're able to make the best use of their time as possible, we really try to do that. So we'd love to have as many people as possible on those interviews. But I'm making a note of the comment, and I think it's a really valuable one, and we'll reflect on that for the next time around. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And consider this also an invitation to participate in all of the gatherings where we will create the interview questions. That's where we tend to put some of those harder ones, so we can see how much the squirm is, or the blank look. Deer in the headlights. Very
yeah, and to
evocative.
the point, in this case, there are a lot of single LD races where, that the onus then falls on the LD to do the interviewing, right? So, and this just raises really interesting questions, and thanks so much for the comment again.
Yeah, thank you, Tara, and thank you, Kat. Hi, Isabella. You are next up, and then I see Rachel, Josh, and Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kat. Question for the endorsement committee. Two questions. Just a clarifying question on what you had just said. Would I be able to then extend as co-chair of the first participation on these endorsement to even our own endorsement committee members, so that they can then use that information? I see you're nodding your head. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that, and I will extend that invitation to our members. My question, and it relates to even how we started this meeting, about everything that's going on in 25 and 26. My question, Madam Chair, and to Kat, the endorsement chair, if you feel that in these questionnaires we're challenging fascism head on, and I ask that because I didn't see that word in the questionnaire. I saw democracy a couple times, and I understand that there are as Democrats, we're looking at planks and platforms, but I just asked that question because I think it's really we're losing folk right now, and I that's just what's important to me with my family history. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Appreciate that.
I'd love to just respond quickly, if I may, Madam
Please.
Chair, that is a great point that was made by the first LD Vice Chair. And we started working on questionnaires back in the summer when the authoritarian breakthrough wasn't quite as dramatic as it is today. And this is why we like to reserve flexibility in wherever possible. I think it would absolutely be, for any of the races that we're interviewing in, the topic of preserving democracy, of protecting Washingtonians, of every Washingtonian, every resident of the state of Washington, and demanding action from elected officials at all levels, including accountability measures. I can assure you that that will be a question in every single interview. I can't imagine it wouldn't be at this point. Judicial races, that's a different, they would have to be approached somewhat differently. But yes, and thank you for raising that and lifting that up and just giving it air.
Very much appreciated. Thank you, Rachel, also known as Rachel Ann, but never known as Rachel Snell Ann. It's very nice to see you. You have the floor.
Thank you. I swear I need to get that fixed on Instagram. So it's Rachel Ann Snell. First of all, I was on one of these questionnaire working group sessions, and it was really, I don't really have any questions, but I just have a huge shout out to Kat. And by the way, your cat's adorable. I love your cat. It was just really helpful and made me being able to participate in these meetings as someone who's is very new to the Democrat, the King County Democrats and King County not Young Democrats, and then now my LD. It's really important that we shape our questions to point to what's actually matters in our current climate. Like, for example, I put a lot of questions about ICE, about progressive revenue, and these are issues that people, I feel like just asking, it's asking people a very broad perspective, and like, what's your broad perspective? Do you believe in taxing the rich versus what are you going to do actually to put progressive revenue on the table, as opposed to just preaching to the choir and preaching actually what is your steps that you're going to take. And it was just really helpful to be able to be in that process. And I just wanted to, say that I was there, and it was great. And thank you for everything you're doing, Kat.
Oh, quick response, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
One of the things that I love about the way we approached questionnaire development this year was that we were able to bring in so many new voices, people who weren't, for example, already on a committee. So getting new voices was, I think, just a great benefit of the way that we approached it this year. And I just want to thank all the people who weighed in and all the people who led on development.
Mm-hmm. How many LDs? I thought it was 11 of our 17 participated.
Oh gosh, yeah, I'd have to go back and relook at the numbers. It was at least 11. Directly participated in questionnaire development.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
And I will say our representation was really geographically dispersed across the whole county. So multiple perspectives. We really made an effort to get multiple perspectives around the county on every questionnaire.
Yep. Super. Thank you, Kat. We have 2 more hands raised and then we'll move to a vote. Thank you, Josh and Jamie. Josh, what's your question?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to follow up and kind of also add to the point that one of the previous commenters made about how this this questionnaire is a template that LDs are using to ask their own questions, and how with that said, that it is necessary. I think it is important to consider these questions and as they are, and wanting to make sure that they are robust in addressing issues that we are facing right now that are significant. And again, I wanted to impress and express the need to to have our elected officials talk about and acknowledge the issue of climate change within our local area. And so I was just was curious, is there any opportunity to potentially add to this document this evening?
I'd like to recommend that we prioritize that question for at the in-person interviews, where we can also add some follow-up questions, which we're not able to do if it's just a written questionnaire. So if that is suitable for you, I think that would be a great place for us to dig deep on those questions. Thanks for waiting. Jamie, I see you have a question for us.
It's a couple things really. Thanks so much to Kat for the work that and others that put into this. I appreciate, having been a former candidate, a relatively limited questionnaire, and I'm with you, Beth. I think on the about asking hard questions in the interview, because it's really, again, where you can kind of like test the mettle of people and see what they're made of, right? Having been a former candidate, there's a lot of support from consultants that go into filling out the questionnaires, so that kind of creates a general platform. But those interviews is where you can really see what the candidate's about. And I would just like to I'd just like to call the question on this if we can. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll take these last couple of questions that are beyond where I had previously called for the vote. Lisa and then Eddie. Hi, Lisa. You have a question.
Hi, yeah, thank you. I just was wondering, because I'm trying to toggle back and forth between the questionnaire. Because the comment was made earlier at the beginning of this discussion that it's really important to keep it to one question per question, sorry. And I'm paying mostly attention to the city council questionnaire, because that race is actually in our LD, so we're very interested in that one. There is one question in there that has 3 questions. It's about the budget. I'm trying to scroll back to it now. Maybe you'll beat me to it. Budget shortfall. In the light of massive changes in federal funding, how do you plan to address potential budget shortfalls in the city of Seattle? What programs will you invest in or to protect? And which programs would you cut and reduce funding? So there's 3 questions in there. And in alignment with what you just told another person right now about follow-up questions could maybe be saved for the interviews.
Great suggestion, Lisa. Thank you.
I like it's pared down a little.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that that's well within the scope of the endorsement committee to take that good advice. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. You got it. Appreciate the shout out. And you can tell we're very eager to talk about budget shortfalls. Our final question for the night. Hi, Eddie. Thanks for waiting. What's your question?
Hi. Not so much a question, but I support this motion from the committee. As somebody that has done hundreds, and I mean hundreds of interviews, as well as last year having filled out a lot of interview questions as a candidate, the questionnaire is really just a baseline of what the candidates are. A lot of it is going to be thought over, going to be worked on over weeks with other consultants in, and none of it is going to be nearly as reflective as an in-person interview would be. So giving the committee the leeway to adjust questions when we have new things like everything from recently Minnesota pop up, and allowing them to do the good work that they've been doing, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence. And with that, our comment period will come to a close, and we're going to put a link in the chat that will be voting to adopt the candidate's endorsement questionnaire as prepared by our amazing endorsement committee. And we look forward to hopefully many of you joining us as we finalize the interview questions, and hopefully everybody will attend these candidate interviews. They are really, really fun. And for some of these folks, it's the only time we get to talk to them. You don't get to talk to judges about judging any other time of the year, only when they are on the ballot. And they are some fascinating individuals. Man, oh man, I wish my brain worked like that. So in a moment, you will see that link in the chat, and you will want to be ready with your individual credential code. While we
I have a question.
Yeah. Hi, Carolyn.
I just looked at the participants, and when I logged back on, my LD5 credential thing disappeared.
Okay, I will pop that credentialing back on for you.
Okay, thank you.
Galaxy, I see that you have a question as well.
I had a question for the endorsement committee, but I wanted to wait until after we started because it's not like about what we were voting on. Who all is, I feel like I might have been wrong. Who all is invited to attend endorsement interviews?
Kat, I'd love it if you could answer that question for us.
Sure. That's a great question. So we, all members and alternates of the King County Democrats Endorsement Committee, we have some ex officio members who are welcome. King County Democrats officers, our chair Beth Baisley, Washington State Democrats officers, the Washington State Democrats party chair, DNC representatives, and we, in the past 3 years, have now extended that offer of attending interviews to all LD endorsement committee members. So we, and this is why the LDs are receiving emails from the endorsement committee chair, myself, in the past couple of years, asking you for who your endorsement committee chair is and who your endorsement committee members are, so that we can also give them access to materials to go along with those interviews. Does that answer the question, Madam Chair?
Yes, it does very well. Thank you. And it gave me a moment.
If my LD does not have an endorsement committee, does that mean it is only our rep and alternates that can attend? And because like, I don't know how to, as the representative from the 46, I agree, first of all, that a lot of these questions are better for in-person interviews, but I don't know how to get the voting body or anyone relevant in my LD the information provided in those interviews, because they're confidential, and I'm the only person, me and the two alts are the only people who can attend, and the chair.
This is a really highly specialized question, and you and I believe the 11th also handles their interviews similarly, and perhaps the 34th. So I think offline we should have a conversation to figure out how we can best support your LD in doing endorsement work. So let's take that, Kat, as an action item to meet with those endorsement chairs and their reps to our committee. Super. Thank you. Alex, I see your hand is raised.
My hand is raised because the poll is in the chat right now.
Beautiful. Thank you. Carolyn, I am wondering if your hand is raised because the poll is in the chat. You can come off.
My hand is raised because I checked my participants list again and I still don't have my voting codes.
Got it. So
I mean, I got that. I voted already.
You're changed now. You're good.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have a couple minutes for everybody to take a moment to fill out that form. And
excuse me, where is the form?
In the chat. There you go.
Oh, that's participants. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Just a second. I still don't see it in the chat.
Okay. I'm going to put it in there again for you.
Okay. Is it at the top or bottom of the chat?
It's at the very bottom of the chat right now. And it's a
Okay.
message to everyone from KCD Alex Jones.
Oh. Sorry if I was dense, but yeah.
You got it now. All right.
Okay, thank
Judy.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, I only had to correct one so far, and it was an issue on my end, and I believe the results are set.
Great. I'm going to do a quick verbal check that Julie Conklin was able to make a vote, and Preston Anderson. And unless they speak up now, we'll assume everything is thumbs up for them. Oh, there's a thumb from Julie. Great. Okay. Good. Thank you, Alex. Go right ahead.
Cool. Well, as of right now, we have 38 votes in, with 38 approve and 0 reject.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, whole committee. And again, I'm just going to put it out there. You guys are invited to participate in interview question creation. And we've heard so many good suggestions tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing those come up. Kat, a quick comment before we move to our state committee reps?
Yes, just a closing comment. Thank you. I'm not accepting an Oscar, so that's all I will say. But also, we aim to have the questionnaires live for candidates the beginning of February. That's coming up here just in a couple of days. And so the second, as soon as those go live, we also post the questions themselves on the King County Democrats website so candidates can download them and contemplate their answers before they get into the form software. So you'll be able to let everybody know that, and it will be prominently noted right on the front page that endorsement questionnaires are live. So thanks again, everybody.
Yay, thank you. Thank you all. And now I'd like to move on to our state committee reps, Drew Eastep and Lisa Rivera, for a report from them. Hi, Drew.
Howdy, how's everyone doing tonight? Thankfully, I think we can make up a couple minutes here. The state committee meeting was very unexciting across the board. So I'm going to run through a couple of things just for updates for folks to keep in mind. The first one is want to reiterate what Andrew said at the top of the meeting, that delegate registration is currently live. You should go register. If you're a chair, vice chair, or state committee member, you are already an automatic delegate. If you are not one of those, you should register to run for the state convention in Spokane. Some districts like mine in 34 only have 4 people registered to run. Definitely could push those numbers up. The second thing is the state party did their first sort of listening session around the coordinated campaign at this last meeting on Saturday. That effort was mostly just to gather feedback. They're currently in the process of putting together their field plan more broadly. They will likely not have field staff on the ground until about June. So they're trying to get everything sort of in the works and ready to go there. But the biggest piece there is if you have feedback on the coordinated, they do want to hear it. I'm happy to help facilitate that, or I can pass on contact information for their staff so that you can provide it directly to them. But also it's probably easier if I collate it for them. So that is to say, if you have feedback on how the coordinated went prior, how you want to see it go this year, please feel free to pass along to me. I'll drop my email like I always do in the chat, and happy to give that over to the state party and help with general feedback. This also can go for your local state committee reps and your LDs as well. All totally fine there. Then the meeting itself, which I'm sort of glossing over because it was not all that interesting, was one of the shortest central committee meetings I've ever been to. We were out. If we had not taken a 30-minute lunch break, we would have been out before 1 p.m., finished around 12:30, 12:45. The big order of business was the passage of the budget. For folks who were tracking, the state party had a slightly slow start to 2025. That seems to have reversed course. The budget is back into sort of very boring, normal parameters and was adopted without qualm or concern. So that all is taken care of and straightforward. And then the state party went through resolutions as well. The resolutions did not see any change from their recommended status from the committee to start with. So all of that was pretty straightforward. There were 3 resolutions pulled for discussion. One on redistricting, which was recommended as do not pass, maintained that do not pass recommendation, so it did not pass. A resolution calling for the criminalization of rolling coal in Washington State was recommended as do pass, did maintain that recommended as do pass almost unanimously. And then a resolution in opposition to HB 2090 and SB 5821. That one did maintain its recommendation. Across the board, these resolutions are sort of where you would expect. Support for state wealth tax, discussion on redistricting, ranked choice voting, opposition of rail mergers. I linked it in the chat, so I don't want to waste too much time for folks while we're on the line here, but everything went sort of as you would expect within the resolutions world. Other than that, the state party meeting, pretty straightforward. We had a nice visit from Congressman Rick Larson in Congressional District 2, because that was where we were in Everett. And the only other sort of big piece was that the tribal welcome was provided by Teresa Sheldon, who is a former DNC staffer and member of the Tulalip Council, and she is the first dedicated Native tribal representative to the state executive committee that was added by a bylaw amendment back in September, and she's now the first representative dedicated to tribal representation on the state executive committee. So that was great. I think that is everything I have. I tried to keep it under 5 minutes, Beth, so we could get back to stuff, but happy, I know you were there as well, Beth, for a lot of pieces, so if there's anything you wanted to add that I may have skipped or glossed over, happy to have that added, and Lisa as well, if you have stuff to add from the resolutions process prior to the meeting.
I have nothing to add, Lisa.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Drew, for carrying my proxy at the meeting too. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Um, thank you, Drew. And so I have nothing to add for the meeting. Clearly, I was not there. I have a newborn, so I'm a little busy there. But I wanted to just add that looking towards the state convention in June, I know the King County Dems don't send delegates to that. All the LDs do, and as Chris and as sorry, Andrew mentioned earlier, we're encouraging obviously LDs to keep recruiting for that. I'll put a link in the chat with like a one pager with this information all the LDs received. So if you pass this to your chair might be like, I got that already, and that's cool. But here's just it is again with information. I will say I found one kind of contradiction between this one pager and the actual DSAP, and I have an email out to Isabella about it. I apologize, I was not able to get a response before the meeting to clarify, but regarding LDs and the either the obligation or suggestion to hold delegate candidate forums. This one pager will say they will be held, and with the DSAP says it's suggested to hold them. So if your LD is confused whether or not you have to have a delegate candidate forum, that's a question I have too. And I've asked Isabella to clarify because that is something that obviously is an obligation that we want to take on if we have to, but at the same time, some of these might not be able to, and I hate to not be clear on that. So again, I'm trying to get clarification on that, and if you are too, I don't know how I can share it out later when I do get a response, but either way, that is something I noticed. I don't know if Drew has any idea about if it goes one way or the other. Again, the DSAP says suggested, and this page I just gave you says must. So, not sure.
Can I interrupt? Do you mind? My understanding, because I asked, but I don't think it was Isabella on behalf of my LD, and it is a must if you have more candidates than you have seats available. But if you don't have enough candidates to fill your seats plus or to fill your basic level of seats, then you don't have to because they are assumed to be elected.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. But if you have even one more, you need to have the election to determine who are the elected candidates and who is the alternate.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
like I said, I will probably get a response soon.
Fingers crossed we got that right.
Yeah, I just emailed her tonight, so I'm not. She hasn't been. I didn't expect a response yet, but I wish I had emailed sooner because I could have let you guys know for sure. But anyways, just throwing it out there in case anyone else noticed that also sort of discrepancy or contradiction in those. Yeah, but that is all for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, and congratulations on the newborn. We're very excited for
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks. Thank you, Drew. Wonderful. That's super. Thank you guys very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Carrie Bosworth, who is bringing to us a number of resolutions. Carrie, would you like to be highlighted, or would you rather we just shared screen?
Either way.
Okay, here you come.
Good evening, Madam Chair and attendees. We have 4 resolutions introduced this month, 2 around the war powers and Venezuela, and 1 for the Seattle Police Department, and 1 for the Well Fund bill. And I think 3 of the submitters are here tonight, so I think we can have them speak or read through them themselves once we get to those. How would you like to proceed? Would you like me to share my screen and take us through?
That would be great. Yes, please.
Okay.
And if the submitters would like to comment as well, if they could just raise their hands, that would be terrific.
Okay. So the first one, trying to move this thing.
That's terrific. Thank you.
Okay. So the first one is from the 32nd District Democrat Organization. I don't think I saw Gray online.
Did not either. Thank
Okay.
you.
Would you like me to read through it or just show on the screen here?
I think that everybody's had the chance to see this. It came in the packet 10 days ago and this last week. We don't often hear from the 32nd. But we really appreciate them submitting this to us and their impetus to continue to call attention to what's happening in Venezuela. A kidnapping of international leader and taking over of the government. That seems to have been drowned out by things happening in our country. And yet we are still waiting on the Epstein files. So there we go. I would ask if anybody has any questions regarding this resolution. Seeing no questions or concerns, I'd like to set it to the side and have us be able to vote on a packet of resolutions all at once rather than each resolution one at a time. That will go in the file to be voted for approval, and we can move to the next. Thank you.
Okay. The next one was one that we sort of shortened the 30-second and drafted coming from the King County Democrats. So that was this one.
So would this replace the one we just read? Are they substantively the same?
Yeah, these are the one that we worked on together, and we just combined a few sentences to reduce the whereas and just sort of made a few corrections in the resolved sections.
Got it. So, Carrie, in that case, would you recommend that this be the Venezuela-related resolution that we pass as opposed to the one from the 32nd?
It could be, and then we have a third from the 48th as well, which is shorter and more specific. But in terms of these two, yeah, they're substantively the same. We just sort of shortened this one a little bit.
Great. I think I'd like to ask a representative of LD 48, having seen all three of these, would you recommend us taking up the resolution coming from the 48th, or that we take up the resolution on the screen as it is now, knowing that it's a combination of them? Anybody from the 48th can please, I'm going to remove the spotlight, Carrie. Hi, Katie. Thank you for raising your hand.
Hi, thank you. So this one on the screen is from the 48th. Could you switch back to the combined one for just one sec?
Sure. And I will note that we didn't receive yours until after we worked on this one. So this one is missing the specific mention of the kidnapping or taking of the president of Venezuela specifically.
Right. Okay, and it does look like it just calls out the lawmakers by name. I think we were more just said all of them, should be notified and urged to essentially all of Congress should hold the president accountable to holding with their war powers, their constrained war powers. So I would say that I think that the kidnapping part was something that was actually added by one of the KCDCC reps from the 48th who couldn't be here tonight, Hannah. And so I think that part is important, but if the body likes this one better because of the specificity and naming of the lawmakers in the be it resolved clauses, I think this would be okay as well. I know I didn't make your job easy by just saying which one I prefer, but I think there's merits to both. It has the right number of whereas clauses if you wanted to take it to the state party at some point. However, usually that would matter if we were having a regular WCCC meeting next, but we're not because it's the convention and it has different rules for resolutions. So it doesn't, they may have the same length rules, but it doesn't have to be passed by an LPO to make it there. It actually has to be passed by the delegation. So anyway, there's at the next opportunity to raise this type of resolution to the state level, it could be further wordsmithed. So all that being said, I don't mind either if the body, would prefer specific names in the bottom, or if the body would prefer the kidnapping called out. I think that is kind of up to the body here.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the clarity of how we might be able to move this to the state convention if we chose. Judy, you have a question. We'll hold Judy's space for another moment. I think what I would like to do is confirm with Carrie that these 3 resolutions are on the same topic and there are no other resolutions on this topic, correct?
Right. It's just
Great.
these 3.
Great. Then what I think we need to do is vote on them separately. And choose to vote one down and adopt the second one. And I think that we can only vote on these 2 because they are written from the voice of King County Democrats. That in fact, the first one submitted from Lewis County is written from Lewis County. So that is actually not eligible for a vote this evening. So good news, we have 2 others that cover the same topic.
Can what I was going to ask when I failed to unmute myself, is there any way of merging the comments about the kidnapping into the second one at this stage? Could we do it at this stage?
I see that Eddie is asking a similar question in the chat, and we could opt to postpone this resolution until our next meeting and merge them.
We'd have to postpone it till the next meeting. We couldn't do it tonight.
Nope, we are an executive committee and we are not a working committee that wordsmiths in the group. That's correct.
Because I think this is important, but the kidnapping is also important. I mean, that's mind-boggling.
Thank you. I agree, Judy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bryce, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it in order to propose that we pass both with instructions to the executive committee of our executive committee to wordsmith these 2 into a singular resolution that has the appropriate formatting and send that out as the singular resolution as passed, instead of having to take the time to go wordsmith it into 2 resolutions and come back later?
I think that's a good idea.
Judy, you don't have the floor. Thank you for feeling strongly on this opinion. What I think I'd like to do is ask our parliamentarian, Kevin Connolly, if he has a recommendation to us on how to handle this situation. And Kevin, feel free to come off of mute and speak to the group.
Hello again.
Hi.
Yeah, I was thinking, my recommendation was to vote one down and adopt the other. But I also don't see a problem with amending one of the resolutions today. You can insert another whereas clause or something like that if you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Carrie, while I take these 2 questions, would you like to look at that? And perhaps we can do that and resolve it with a single vote tonight. Thank you. Hi, Rachel. Thanks for waiting.
Oh yeah, that's right. I really do. I completely stand by this resolution. I just find it really absurd that we even have to be having these conversations when we're in this. It's like, if you told me 2 years ago that we would have to be having a conversation about Venezuela, I would have said you're nuts.
Yes.
But here we are.
Here we are. We agree. And it does seem absolutely absurd that this is our reality.
It just feels like it's like it's all, and then there's the conversation about Greenland and just it's all just. Can't we just release the Epstein files? Why can't we just focus on why can't we just focus on our needs and what we need, like healthcare, all this? Like why do we have to be like, it just makes no sense.
You're in a group filled with people in agreement with you. It is
Thank you.
Absolutely crazy. There was another hand up a moment ago. I apologize for missing it. Perhaps, what was it, Bryce?
It was me. I realized
Scott.
I didn't have a well-formed question, and so I withdrew.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair? This is
Yes,
Kevin.
thank you,
This is
Kevin.
Hi, I see someone's trying to work on inserting a whereas or something here right now. The way you actually amend a resolution of any kind is you work on the resolved ones first, okay? And then you work on the whereas. The whereases are actually debate. They're actually a form of debate. They're reasons for why you want to adopt the other ones. The actual resolution is the therefore, to be the resolved ones. So you want to perfect the be it resolved ones first, and then if you want to add to the whereases, reasons why, then you would do that as well. So I would ask that is there any amendments to the whereas clauses first? If there aren't, then just move on to the resolve I'm sorry, amendments to the resolve clauses first. And if there are none, then just move on to the whereas.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
And thank you, Carrie, for having to work in real time.
And actually, it takes a motion to do so, to amend it, because you already have a motion on the floor to adopt it as it is. You need another motion to amend it first. It has to be adopted, and then you vote on the entire motion to adopt the amended motion.
There was a comment earlier about amending it, and I've forgotten who made that comment. Can that person identify themselves? In fact, was that you, Katie?
It was not. I had a different comment, but I will hold my comment until after you've gotten your answer.
I think it was Bryce.
I think it was me, wasn't it?
Excuse me, Bryce?
Sorry, it was your question whether I had a amendment I wanted to propose or a motion I wanted to propose?
That you suggested we amend one of them to be fully inclusive and vote on that. And that was your motion?
If applicable, I would like to phrase a motion then to do so, yes.
I appreciate that. I will accept that as a motion, and I wonder if there's a second, perhaps from Judy.
Yeah, I second it.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Judy.
I didn't mean to butt in a minute ago, but I thought it was me. Okay.
Gotcha. Thanks. That's wonderful. Thank you, Bryce, and thank you, Judy. So,
And
Kevin,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I properly formatted the motion. I'd like to be clear for the minutes that I motion to take the resolution. I'm missing the names on the Zoom share. The resolution missing the resolves that includes the list of people to send the resolution to, and add that clause to the resolution that does not include that, and then pass that amendment. Motion to vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We kind of got it right here. I would say I would move that we amend the one resolution by inserting the language, one of the resolve clauses from the other into it. That's all.
Thank you.
And also you should put exactly where you want to insert it to, Bryce. Okay. Because you have four different
sorry,
options.
where or what?
Where? Both, actually. What you want inserted and also where you want it inserted.
Okay, then the what would be the final resolved clause, be it finally resolved, the copy of this resolution be transmitted to Representative Pramila Jayapal, Representative Dr. Krim Shire, Representative Adam Smith, Representative Suzanne Delbene, Senator Murray, Senator Cantwell, the Washington State Democratic Central Committee, and be made available to the public. And I would like that added to the very end of the resolution. Thank you.
And that does require a second. And then the debate is now on the amendment, whether you want to insert that or not.
Second.
Thank you. And now there is an opportunity for debate if we would like to amend this as proposed. Isabella, I see your hand is raised.
Oh, my apologies, Madam Chair. I raised it to second the motion.
Ah, lovely. Thank you. Since your question is not in debate, in support or opposition to this amendment, I'll move on to Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. If we're going to be adding this in there, then I'll take advantage of this opportunity to satisfy the copy editor in me that's dying that we don't have Senator Murray and Cantwell's first names. We say Adam Smith, Kim Schreier, but then we say Senator Murray. So if we can add their first names, it would just be
For consistency.
Yeah, for consistency. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Julie, do you have debate on the merits of making this change?
No, it's more of a question. If we could post, alternate the two that we're considering, because, there were three initially, and I'm a little confused going back to the Google Drive. Which ones?
Oh, I'm so sorry for your cold, Lisa. Or Julie, I'm so sorry.
I can't find my hand button.
That's
Madam
okay.
Chair.
You've got it. You've got a lot going on right now,
I
Karen.
can't find it. Okay. So here's the first one from the 32nd. The one that we had edited prior to the meeting, but I believe it had the names in the result, so I was a little confused there. Was there anything additional that I'm missing that needed to be added to this one?
Thank you, Katie. You have the floor.
I don't think you're adding it to the right one. I thought you were going to add it to the 48th, which was this one that you have on screen right now. I thought you were going to add the be it finally resolved with all the names to this one that you're showing on screen right now.
Is this, excuse me, this one was more comprehensive. It was my understanding that we were adding the whereas clause regarding Nicolas Maduro to this one.
No, the motion was to add the final be it finally resolved clause to the one that had the kidnapping in it, which is the 48th base. It wasn't moving the whereases, it was moving the be it finally resolved.
I see. So Madam Chair, is that such that these both would proceed?
If we move the paragraph with the names to the 48th, that was the motion.
I see.
And then we would vote on that that resolution. That will be for the balloting team, that will be our next ballot to support this resolution.
Okay. Both resolved or just the last one?
Katie?
It was just the last one from what I heard from Bryce. He read it out. Yep, thumbs up from Bryce. I did have a different comment, but there are other people with their hands up, so I want to lower my hand until they've spoken.
Appreciate that. Hi, Carolyn. Thank you. I know sometimes it takes a while to find the mute button. Do you have a thought for us, Carolyn?
Okay, I really would like the amendment we were working on, or the resolution we were working on before, because it started out with talking about the Constitution and the war powers. And I think that's an important framework for these other things.
I appreciate your comment. Thank you. Though, are
Madam Chair?
Yes, Kevin.
Okay, once we perfect the resolve clauses, we can actually insert one of the whereases if we want to. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. I would suggest that Carolyn make a motion to do just that.
I move that we insert
Not right now.
Not yet.
We're still addressing this one motion to amend this one.
That's right.
We'll do that later.
I wanted to amend it more.
Yep, you'll get to. It'll just take a second. We have to close out this motion first. Close out's probably not a very kind way to say that. since the motion at hand is for the movement of that paragraph, and
Two paragraphs at least, and
no,
maybe
not
more.
yet, Carolyn, not yet,
Oh.
just one, just
Okay.
one. What I think I'd like to do is ask Carrie to stop share. And I'd like to see so I can see the group. And I'd like to I see Carolyn has her hand raised for a further motion, and I see Alex has his hand raised, and that's probably about a voting thing, yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
it was to ask what if you wanted a balloted vote to add that final.
I am going to not have a balloted vote for this motion. With this motion, I'd like to see if there's any further debate about the movement of that one paragraph. Katie, I see your hand raised, or is it regarding debate of the movement of that one paragraph?
No, Madam Chair, it was the point I was saving until after the others had spoken. I will hold this point until you are done with debate.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would just say if there's no objection, the amendment will be adopted.
That is exactly where I'm headed. If there is no further objection, then the amendment is added, and we can take Katie's comment followed by.
Let's
Yes?
decide whether we're done with all the resolves, and then move on to the whereases, and then we could take her.
Then we can take Carolyn.
Right.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you for raising your hand, Katie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how to phrase this, but earlier the ruling of the chair yourself was that there was no wordsmithing in this meeting, and I would love for us to follow the ruling of the chair as soon as humanly possible, and hopefully not do any more wordsmithing after we're done with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that vote to keep us away from what we've seen in the past, which are 5-hour meetings. I appreciate your support with the less wordsmithing. Carolyn, which was the paragraph that you were most interested in? I'd love for our resolutions chair to see if it substantively changes where we sit right now.
I would have to see the other resolution to tell you what they were exactly. I think it was the first two paragraphs, but there might be more that really apply in more general framework that puts it into perspective.
Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate it. And I think that what I'd like to do, rather than continue to wordsmith this, I think what I'd like to do is stop the work being done on this was one resolution and vote it for support or not, as it is with the paragraph added, knowing that when we went into it, that they were two similar yet differently worded resolutions. We can then vote on the other one as well. We can always have two resolutions, but I would like us to be able to move the meeting forward, and I would like us to not continue to do this. A question for a parliamentarian: is it possible to create a ballot that addresses all three of them? Can we, in a single balloting experience,
Okay.
pick the one we like?
No, not the single, not just pick the one you like. No, you would have to actually vote all of them up or all of them down if you would get to do that. You'd actually need to suspend the rules to consider all three together, because they have, although they are very similar issues, they're not exactly the same either. So you'd have to suspend the rules, which takes a 2/3 vote to actually address them all at the same time, and then you would just vote them all up and down, and that's it. One or the other. So that's why I recommended first to do one at a time, if at all possible.
Then we're going to right now vote on the Venezuela resolution as just amended, and that ballot alone will come into your chat right now for voting on, and we will do that screen share so you can see what you're voting on. Then we're going to take a break from resolutions because we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guest speakers who each need a couple minutes of our time. I'd like to honor their time this evening. This is the resolution. And in a moment, there will be a vote link in the chat for you to vote on.
I am having difficulty. Oops, I'm having difficulty figuring out which resolution we're voting on. It showed me the one I liked, and now it's showing me the one I don't like.
Then when this ballot comes up, Carolyn, you will vote that you don't like this one.
Okay.
Although legitimately you could
vote on both of them. We'll
you
vote
could
on
like
both.
that's right. You could like them both.
Okay.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, I just want to clarify, making the ballot right now, but this is the 48th original one with the one added paragraph, correct?
Correct. Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a heads up, we have another voting member. Linda Grez just entered the room. And she is a voting member from LD 12. I see Carolyn has her hand raised again. Hi, Carolyn. Maybe that was an artifact from an earlier question.
Alex, heads up, your Google form at the last question says endorsement questionnaire instead of resolution.
Apologies, I'll update that.
Following this, we're going to put a pause on our resolutions work, and I'll go next to our guests, Trevor Willett and Matt Coyne, for a couple minutes each. Just so you guys, if you're hanging out there wondering.
Oh, I would like my question answered. It says, therefore be it resolved that the 48th Legislative District urges the United States Congress to...
Yes, thank you, Carolyn. We'll make sure that that says King County Democrats.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you reading it carefully for us.
Tap to unmute. I have another question, and it says that it's kind of repetitive. It says, be it resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to the members of Congress representing this district, not this county, for their consideration. And
Thank
then
you,
it's,
Carol. Thank you.
yeah, this is not ready for prime time.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Okay.
How's that balloting coming along, Alex?
Oh, balloting.
Yep.
Come on, come on. Come on. There we go.
It is coming along. We currently have 23 responses. For reference, we had 38 and 36 for the past two votes.
Okay. We'll give that a moment. And again, any response is just fine, but responding is the key. Isabella, I see you have your hand raised with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a point of information. Ought there be an abstain option in the resolution for completion, or just to I'm not expecting to abstain, but I just wanted just some clarification if we should include it in the vote.
I think that's a wonderful reminder, and I'm very grateful to you for it. We will do that moving forward. Thank you.
Actually, Madam Chair,
Yes.
abstention is a non-vote. You don't actually put it down.
So we don't have to include it?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the parliamentarian.
Yes. Okay, I think that's been enough time. And I wonder, Alex, if you could please let us know how this first Venezuela vote went.
Sure. I see Kat said she needed one more second in the chat, but the vote will not change the result. Currently, there are 28 votes in with 26 approve and 2 reject.
Super. Thank you very much. Kat, please do complete your vote so that it is fully recognized. I appreciate that. We're going to pop over to school levies, then county advocacy, and we'll come back to resolutions in a moment. Trevor, I wonder if you are ready to say a little hello to the King County Democrats. Tell us a little bit about what is happening in your school district.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the time here today. Can you hear me, Beth?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my name is Trevor Willett. I am a member of LD 45 over here in Redmond. I'm coming to you tonight on behalf of the Lake Washington Citizens Levy Committee. We're essentially the campaign and support of the levies on the ballot this year for Lake Washington School District. We have 2 levies on the ballot. One is an education programs and operations levy renewal, which funds 16% of the overall budget for the schools. Essentially, it funds the gap between what the state pays for as basic education and what Lake Washington School District determined as high quality education. So it funds essential services like special education, ELL programs, staffing, and Head Start, a lot of the like fundamental things that we have for our schools and our kids. The second levy on the ballot is another renewal. It is the technology and capital projects levy. It funds about 87% of the technology that we have in the classroom and in the back office of our schools, as well as all of the maintenance on the buildings across the district. So both of these levies are renewals that we have to get passed every 4 years. And are essential for the continuation of high quality education in Lake Washington School District, which is now the second largest school district in the state. I should have started. We cover Kirkland, Sammamish, and Redmond, primarily LD 45 and 48, a little bit of LD 1, a little bit of LD 41 as well. We would love to have your all endorsement of yes votes on both of these levies. And we are doing a number of volunteer activities over the next 2 weeks before Election Day on February 10th. So if anyone is interested in coming out to the east side, we'd love to see you over here.
Wonderful. Trevor, thank you. Basic core of our democratic values is supporting excellence in public education, and we really appreciate the work you're doing and take it very seriously. We'll look forward to joining you to support. I wonder if Matt Coyne is in the room, if he'd like to have a quick moment.
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, King County Democrats. Glad to be with you tonight. Matt Coyne, School Board Director for the Issaquah School District. And of course, as I was getting ready to present, my laptop battery said it was about to die. So I had to quickly plug it in. I want to just, Beth, am I able just to share a quick one-pager really fast?
I'm good with that. Can our
Okay.
meeting hosts give you that capability, please?
Be brief. All right. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as Trevor was saying, with Lake Washington School District, Issaquah School District actually has two of the same levies that are coming up in February, renewal levies. The first is the EP&O, and then the technology and critical repairs. We also have a third levy, which is our transportation school bus levy. With the EP&O levy for educational programs and operations, as Trevor was saying, this, for all of our school districts, this is critical in how we fund education. I think what's most important there is it represents 16.6% of the annual general fund operating budget for our district. And then for technology and critical repairs, the second levy, I think it's also important to note that this is, state and federal funding provides 0% for technology and critical repairs. So very important that we continue with that. And then as it relates to transportation, this is also critical for the maintenance of our bus fleet. It also includes adding electric buses, which is exciting for our district as well. I'll just show one other quick slide here too that's important to note for our district. Again, these are renewal levies that cover funding gaps. They keep our tax rate stable, so this does not result in an increase in taxes. The three levies really work together, again, to create and account for any funding gaps. Also important to note that these levies do not, in our district, constitute any new construction. So wanting to make sure people are aware of that. And then also community driven. We have had a levy committee that worked diligently to build out what these levies look like, include 60 student, staff, and community members reaching consensus on the final recommendation. So wanted just to note that. And I know time is at a minimum today, so I think, Beth, I will turn the floor back over to you unless you have any other questions for me.
That's wonderful. Thank you. These are super important things for us to get out and help with, knock on doors, speak with your neighbors. And if you do social media, please weigh in to support our schools. As you'll note in the chat, 13 school districts in King County have a total of 25 ballot measures for us to weigh in on. Most of these are continuation levies. Most of these are keeping the lights on and the doors open and the counselors in place and language ability available for our multilingual students. And they are absolutely critical for excellence in education. I strongly urge you to put this out broadly in your world. Right now, they're expecting a 32% turnout. And I think that if we all spoke to our neighbors to support our school district, we would see much higher than that. So that is my challenge to you, to walk the talk and support our education. Thank you, Matt, very much. Thank you, Trevor. Really appreciate you joining us tonight. Thanks a ton. There's no vote here. There's just an urging toward action. Thank you. Next, we have a new committee person in the room who is on East Coast time. So I would like to honor that and ask Kellen Hoard if he's able to pop on screen and tell us a little bit about county advocacy. I haven't checked lately to see if B is in the room too, but if B is, please give us a shout out. And before I stop talking, I'm going to mention to our host tonight, Chris Katz, if you could please give Alex co-host abilities, Alex Jones. Thank you. Kellen, all yours.
Thank you, Beth. Hello, party people. Welcome to hour 2 or 3 or wherever we're at this point in this meeting. It's good to see you all from very snowy Washington, D.C. It is the one time in my life I've been jealous of Seattle weather, and I wish I was home with you all for many reasons besides that one. I'm coming to you today with 2 opportunities to build up Democrats in King County. And not only that, they require no multi-hour Zoom meetings. In fact, they allow you to break out of that Zoom bubble. And they are highly effective ways to get engaged. So I will go over these very quickly because I know we have been running long. So there are 2 new working groups we're forming in the King County Democrats. They're working groups, not committees, because we're going to go do some work. So hope you're ready for this. And in essence, there are 2 pieces of this. Number one is around advocacy. So B and I are working together on a county advocacy working group in which we are working with the King County Council and Executive to pass progressive policies. A lot of attention often goes to Olympia or to cities, and the King County gets missed, but with a many billion-dollar budget, with 18,000 employees, they're a critical government organization here that impact our lives in many ways, and many of the issues that we care about most as Democrats, like criminal justice and healthcare and transportation and everything, and housing and everything else in between. And so if you decide, hey, you know what? I'd like to know what King County government is up to, and I'd like to make something happen there, get in touch with B&I, and I'll give you an action point on that shortly. But we're going fully for it. We've begun the work already. Don't get left behind. We'd love to have you with us. The other piece of this is another working group called the County Recruitment Working Group. We need a deep base of Democrats in King County at every level, from utility commissioner up to Congress, and PCO included in that. And we're working hard to make sure that we have information as the King County Democrats around folks who are the good fits for public service, especially those who aren't in our typical political bubbles, those who are really doing good work in their PTAs or their faith communities or their unions or their nonprofits, people maybe we haven't picked up on our radar quite yet, but they would be great fits for public service and great to make our county even more blue than it is now. And so there are 2 pieces to this working group, both of which you're invited to and welcome to. Number one is just keeping your ear to the ground, is looking around in your community, attending events in your community, talking to folks in your neighborhoods, and finding out who are the leaders that we haven't heard about yet, and passing them on to this working group, making sure that we're getting them into our system and raising them and elevating them up for public office. The second piece of it is, if you are capable, if you enjoy coffee, which I'm guessing most of you do, being from Seattle, going and as we identify these people, buying them coffee and having that conversation and bringing them into the fold and guiding them in the right path, and we will help you do that. And so I have 2 wonderful action items for you at this point in the night. Number one is for the recruitment working group. We have a test Google form that we plan to share with folks, and you all would be lovely guinea pigs to see if this form works and if it is getting done what we need to us. So I just put that in the chat for you there. You're welcome to click in, and if you have any folks in your community who you think they would be perfect for public office of any kind, including yourself, feel free to fill out that form. We will get it all set, and we will begin this process in earnest. Second, if you're interested in either advocacy or recruitment or both, which is even better, kudos points to you, put your email in the chat, say advocacy or recruitment or both. I'll get in touch with you. No more work required. We like to make it easy for our working group members. So any questions, comments, concerns? Otherwise, I'll look in the chat for your email addresses. We're going to get this started. It's very exciting.
I love it. Thank you so much, Kellen. Thanks for bringing some energy into the 120 minutes. Zabella has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kellen, for the presentation. Just a quick question on the form. I as your guinea pig, I'd like to offer this to, of course, the members and then the public. One question that frequently comes up, and I know I've had this experience myself when I was a new candidate, is where is this data going to? What is this data being used for? There's a frequent feeling, I think, for folks working outside of the system of being excluded and being worked against. And I know we're really working hard as Democrats across the state to change that. So my question relates to that, so that I can answer that question when it comes up in my LD. Thank you.
That's a great question. And the answer to it really is that what we're hoping to do is once we have this information about folks in the county who would be great in public service, making sure that we're getting in touch with them, setting them up with the necessary networks and mentorship and support to understand if this is a decision that they want to make or not, if this is a path they want to continue on or not. We've already been having conversations with organizations like Washington Institute for Democratic Future. We're having conversations with Emerge coming up about putting them into these pipelines where we're able to help support them and give them what they need. And then also making sure that we're following up on the back end so that, let's say a seat opens and we have folks who, we've identified and we've worked with and we've trained in an ideal world, and that we've provided them this support network, that we're able then to boost them up to that next level, bring them into our endorsement committee, which is already doing amazing work, and propel them from there. But with regard to how we're approaching it specifically, that's really some of the work that the work group is doing now, is figuring out exactly how do we want to manifest that, what kind of approach do we want to take. And so would love to have you on board to help us figure that out. Now is a better time than any. It's the beginning of the year. This is a good late January resolution to make.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you. Kellen, thank you very much. We'll continue to let people complete your form and add their names and email into our chat. I appreciate you staying up so late for us. Thank you very, very much.
I'm a college student. This is my lifestyle, Beth.
I appreciate that you can burn the candle at both ends still. That's pretty impressive. Next, I'm wondering if Christiana from Washington Families for Freedom is in the room. Christiana, can you give us a shout out if you happen to be available?
Yes, hello.
Awesome. Christiana, thank you so much. I'm going to give you a spotlight. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about Washington Families for Freedom and the work. And I am going to ask if we keep it like ultra short, since we're about a half an hour, a little more over schedule.
That tends to happen on meetings, so I totally understand. So no worries.
Thank you.
We did have it's just like a 9-slide presentation. Can we show that? It's just good for people to see it on screen. And yeah, I can probably take up 5 minutes or less.
Great, thank you. I'm going to remove the spotlight and ask Josh if he can pull that presentation off of the meeting links list.
Okay, and if not, I have it up as well and can share. So whichever.
Okay. Super.
I think I've got it available here. Yep, just one.
But while that's coming up, so I'm Christiana. I am with Washington Families for Freedom, and I'm on here in behalf of Jessica Hayes. She was going to present, but she had a little bit of a conflict with scheduling, so I just wanted to hop on. But Washington Families for Freedom is a group of parents, teachers. It's a big coalition, basically. And right now we are trying to push back against 2 anti-trans initiatives. They are directed towards trans individuals, but more than that, they're also going to affect all students. And so if you go to the next slide, we're going to kind of talk a little bit about what those 2 initiatives do. So the first one is 638, or IL 26638. So this one you will see as being proposed as protecting girls in sports. But what it's actually doing is it would require all girls to actually have to undergo testing just to prove their gender, just to play sports. Boys are exempt from this. All girls would have to experience this. And so this would be even people as young as age 11. And so obviously this is really concerning, because young girls going to school and participating in sports shouldn't have to go through this extra kind of surveillance on their bodies. And it really just invites scrutiny and exclusion, which is going to have all sorts of harmful repercussions. And on top of that, like the initiative itself, the actual ballot language, it clearly states, like this is just reading directly from the ballot, but a statement signed by the student's professor or personal health care provider that verifies the student's biological sex, relying on only one or more of the following: reproductive anatomy, genetic makeup, or normal endogenously produced testosterone levels. So this is just really awful, and it could really put a lot of girls in uncomfortable positions. The second one, 001, this one would end confidential counseling for all students. And the harm of this one is that, of course, we wish all parents were, supportive and kind, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And right now, especially for all students, like we're living in a really crazy time right now, and this is not the time to take away confidential counseling. This would risk outing LGBTQ students against their will, and it would also make it more difficult for students to report abuse, sexual assault, and just have a confident person or somebody in confidence to speak with. And then we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So you can read, you can go one more over. You can scan the QR code here. These are the actual ballot initiative language, so you can kind of see that. And then you can go ahead and go to the next slide. I think this might even be a little bit outdated because we do have some updates, but essentially, these initiatives are at the level where they have collected enough signatures, they have validated the signatures, and we will see them on the November 2026 ballot as well. So it's really important that we get help amplifying the harm of these two initiatives, because right now there's not a lot of talk about them. So Washington Families for Freedom obviously came into the picture. We have people on our coalition team such as like Gender Justice League and ACLU, Planned Parenthood, Pro-Choice, Washington Education Association. But on the ground level, we need more parents, more community educators, more counselors talking about this. Because even if you do not ideologically, maybe agree with everything regarding trans students and trans individuals, these are harmful for everybody. And this is also a tactic by authoritarian regimes to scapegoat LGBTQ plus children as a way to gain popularity, wealth, and growth. And so this is something that we have to be cautious of, because this is being used as a tool. And then I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to see what Jessica had on the volunteer opportunities. Right now, there's a few volunteer opportunities for individuals, but more than that, what we're really looking for is spokespeople. So we're really looking for educators, healthcare providers, police, people that have authority and have experience with trans and queer youth who can speak for us and, kind of talk to what they would, assume that these kind of initiatives would do. And so I'm sure Jessica will send a follow-up email with like the criteria for what we're looking for spokespeople. And then the other thing you can do is share our information. So in that follow-up email as well, we will have a template that you can use to share more about this with your like newsletter base or with your member base. And so there's a lot more I could say, but that's mostly what I kind of want to share here. And so I'm just curious if anybody has any questions or anything I can answer for them.
Thank you, Christiana. I think I was in a meeting where I heard that there was a renaming of this.
Yeah.
Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, you are. So right now we chose Washington Families for Freedom because, we wanted to be able to kind of appeal a little bit to the moderate voter, like not be too overly, I guess, I don't know. But anyways, point is, we wanted to switch to something because it was a little bit confusing, because Washington Families for Freedom was, it kind of just sounds conservative, even though it's not. And so, yes, I believe what they have landed on is no hate in Washington State. And so we will continue to be the campaign that is pushing back through November 2026, when we'll see them on the ballot.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the time today too. And if anybody has any questions, I'm going to put Jessica's email down below, because she's the one that's in your main LD district, I believe.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. And please do grab your device and scan this QR to learn more and to volunteer. Super important.
Yeah.
Really, really appreciate you hanging in there with us so late tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Christiana. Excellent. Excellent. And again, I'd like to defer to honoring the time of our guest speakers. We've been speaking over the last few months about the importance of supporting many of our vulnerable groups and also honoring the land that we all live on today, and how we can possibly do that. So to do a little bit of research on that, I was able to have conversation, first, an incredibly enlightening conversation I'm very grateful for, with Derrick Belgarde from the Chief Seattle Club. And I believe he also leads SUNN, S-U-N-N. And I'd like him to be able to share with us just a couple minutes about what Chief Seattle Club does, what SUNN is. And he gave me a lot of insight about land acknowledgements. I'd like to learn about that, like us all to learn about that from him. And then similarly, in the same vein, when in our all PCO meeting, I mentioned that this was a topic that we're all learning about right now. One of our own PCOs, Will Booth from Creating Pathways, mentioned that he leads this NGO. And from Derrick, I learned about Hummingbird Indigenous Family Services, and Cami Goldhammer is here to speak. And then another one that came up similarly was how to support Indigenous peoples and Natives voting rights. And I did learn that we have an org called Native Vote Washington. Unfortunately, Zara Stevens is unable to join us tonight, but I'd love to kick off this conversation, this learning session, with a few minutes from Derrick, if Derrick's been able to hang in there with us for that extra 45 minutes. Thank you, Derrick, for your patience. And again, I really want to thank you for the time you gave me. I learned so much, and I'm really glad that you can share some of those things with all of us tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Buju, Madam Chair, Buju, King County Democrats. Thank you for the invite. I always like talking about the work we do at the Chief Seattle Club. I said I'm the CEO of Chief Seattle Club. I'm an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians of Oregon. I'm also Chippewa Cree from Rocky Boy, Montana. Just to clarify, I don't lead SUNN. Chief Seattle Club's a member of SUNN. It's a coalition of different Native organizations that come together. It's actually headed by Potlatch Fund, which is another Native funding intermediary type of thing. Anyway, yeah, so Chief Seattle Club, if you're not familiar, we serve the urban Native community. Our niche is chronic homelessness, not homelessness at all forms of it, but it's really that chronic homelessness, the most vulnerable of our population and our community, the most forgotten, swept aside. So, we have our headquarter building, which is our day center, drop-in shelter. We have resources and wraparound programs, social services. We have 2 off-site shelters. We have 5 permanent supportive housing buildings that give us 423 units of permanent supportive housing. And our mission is to try to get our community all housed and safe. But beyond that, our truest mission is actually trying to heal our community. Our mission isn't about housing people or feeding hungry people. It's about, healing our community, about, just trying to recover from all the trauma, intergenerational trauma and historical trauma we've endured since colonization. We serve, like I said, the most vulnerable of our population. In King County, Native Americans are, less than 2% of the general population, but yet we make up 15% of overall homelessness in the area, 30% of the chronic homelessness rate. And so that's really just absurd, and it's crazy. And that's really what we do. But we can't start our healing work and start rebuilding and reconnecting our community until we get people safely housed. We got to get them off the streets. The ones we're serving are the most vulnerable, like I said. Usually have co-occurring issues going on, substance, mental health, unresolved grief, a lot of different stuff that we have a lot of work to do. But we got to get housing is the first step, I always say, and to get that done. And so I appreciate y'all for what you're trying to talk about. and what you're doing here, talking about how we can support our vulnerable communities. And when Beth and I talked, so I get asked a lot about land acknowledgements, and I'll just kind of briefly talk about where our stance is at Chief Saddle Club and my personal. I used to be a big fan of it, support of it, but over the years, we've really fell out of love with them. We actually have a stance at the club where we don't do them. We don't support. Not that we don't support others. That it's not. I think other people come. A lot of times it may come from a good place, but in the end game, we believe it has a net decrease rather than a net gain. Find them performative. We find them. You know, if those that actually could do something, everybody's time limited. So people can give what they can give. So when you give an opportunity to do a land acknowledgement, that actually is what some people may feel like they've given. So actually, we feel like it's actually a net decrease than a gain. What we always tell people when we get asked to come and help them either iron one out or to actually give us our thoughts on what they've already drafted up or things like that, we say, do something more meaningful, something more impactful, figure out ways to contribute and support your local Native organizations, your local tribes, and do things, hands-on, not it's very performative. It's become very performative over the years. And it's kind of sad to say because as Native people, we've always done land acknowledgements even before colonization. If we found if we found ourselves on another tribe's, land and other peoples, we would always honor that and respect it and call it out. So land acknowledgements are a good thing, but they just kind of become really performative.
Thank you, Derrick. I really appreciate, and I appreciate understanding that historical perspective also, that at times it was the right thing and it's moved on. I wonder what help would be welcome from us, either as individuals, as an organization, from our LDs. What help, and definitely to the work of the Chief Seattle Club, but to all.
Yeah, there's several things. I mean, the obvious, volunteering, those type of things, donations, both money, time, but also a big thing about homelessness and chronic homelessness. And it seems like, with this current administration attacking, housing first principles and housing first systems, right, that we need a lot of public awareness. We need a lot of public education about people going and really telling the real story. I think sometimes there's this talk in the industry I'm in is that we got to reclaim the narrative, right? And that the narrative's kind of getting out there, like, NIMBYism is growing, it's not decreasing, right? And it's kind of shocking to be in the Seattle area where I live in Federal Way, but where I work in the Seattle area, to see that NIMBYism grow and grow, it's kind of scary, and it didn't have to be that way. So I think a lot of it is informational and educational, that we could actually use some support in getting that out there, spreading the word, talking about it, and those type of things.
Thank you. And that is something that we could build a platform to do. You are doing it for us right now, because there's representatives from all over King County in the Zoom room. Almost said in the room. That's not accurate. Thank you. Could you give us just a quick description of the collaborative that is SUN?
Oh, yeah. So SUN's, stands for Seattle Urban Native Nonprofits. I think the Chief Seattle Club, it was founded by Potlatch Fund. They got a grant from somewhere, and they put it together. And it was because Native, like I said, we're 2% of the general population. So our community is very fragmented, right? We got different pockets of the area. So, and then all of our Native nonprofits are specific, usually, generally, like us, is chronic homelessness, right? And you have health organizations like Seattle Indian Health Board. You have, like Cami and what they do, with Hummingbird. You have, United Indians. You have all these different pockets. So SUN was created to actually bring the Native leaders together and talk collectively about how we're going to, what is our collective needs, of the entire organization, of the whole entire Native community, not just our little pockets. So, I mean, that's kind of what it was. We'd get together early on. I have other staff that attend it now, but when I was going, before I was the executive director, CEO, we would talk about, we'd have, a needs assessment, right? And we'd try to identify the top needs of our Native community. And one thing that's always constantly raising to the top, whether it was within Sun's community needs assessment or other community needs assessments that have been done in our Native community, the need of a community center is always like raised right up to the top, right? Because of our community so kind of fragmented. We have staff, we've served people, a lot of people aging out of foster care, and they talk about being in high school, how alone it is, like you have all these different student groups, student bodies that, that are big and make people feel like a community while they're in high school. Our Native youth don't have those things. We have to actually, really get a community center going. There were some other things too, but that was the one thing that's always stuck with me is why we don't have a community center. I've tried to start getting the ball going, and I think we're getting near there. We're making some progress there.
I'd like to ask just one more question. I appreciate your generosity of time and your depth of knowledge. You are from Federal Way, but you're coming up to Seattle to do this work.
Yeah.
Is this work being done throughout the county? We're a county organization as opposed to a city organization. It sounds like you might have a unique breadth of knowledge just from your commute.
Well, yeah, it's a long one too with traffic, but no, I lived in Seattle for the longest time, but when we bought, we couldn't, like many, obviously a lot of people can't afford the Seattle area, so that's how we ended up in Federal Way about 3 years ago. But yeah, so we serve what our mission is to serve our Native community, our urban Native people. A lot of we serve all over throughout King County, but to be honest, all of our resources are in Seattle. Like all of our 5 permanent supportive housing buildings are in Seattle. Our 2 shelter sites are in Seattle, but it's not that we're opposed or we're talking about maybe opening up a shelter on the south end. Yeah.
Super. That's
But
great.
I don't know how far south you consider it, because if you're thinking whole King County, but like there'd be opportunities in Burien, or something like that. Yeah.
Being a party organization, I've got to ask. So it might sound silly, but the folks that are able to live in this permanent supportive housing or that you're working with to get into a situation like that, are they, once they have an address, they're able to vote, correct? Because we really want their voices counted.
Yeah.
And is that, for instance, as you mentioned, volunteering, is that something that we might be able to help with?
Yes, it's definitely something. And we've skyrocketed, like we've only been a housing provider for 3 years, right? And we've gotten 5 buildings in that time. I mean, it took 2 years or around 2 years to build that first building. But so it's not like, so we haven't really had to put a lot of effort into get the Native vote out stuff yet. But we know that that's what we really need to. We want to help. We want some help with that. If you all have some ways and ideas we could do that, that'd be great. Back before we had any even overnight shelter, when we just had our day center drop-in shelter and that was it, and we had 10 employees. And today we have 160. But
wow.
So when we had 10 employees, one of our best events we ever hosted was like a get the vote out, like a night thing. It was so awesome. Yeah, it was really, and it was well attended and it was great. So yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you. I think we'll take Jamie's question. And then we'll move on to Cammie. Hi, Jamie. Thanks for raising your hand.
Yeah. Hey, Derrick. Thanks for taking the time. So where are your guys' buildings located, right? Because you're City of Seattle, I'm in the 37th Legislative District, which covers like Beacon Hill, Central District, Southeast Seattle, and then up into the CID as well.
Yeah, so we have 2 buildings, and our day center is all in Pioneer Square.
Okay.
And it's all in 1 block radius. We're kind of taking over the entire block. We have 1 building in, oh my gosh, I don't know if this is First Hill, Cap Hill. It's on 12th, just north of Yesler, about two blocks north of Yesler.
Oh yeah, that's probably in the 37th.
Okay. Yeah, and then we got the building on Aurora and around 46th, 47th.
Okay.
And then we have a building up in Lake City.
Okay. Okay.
And then we have two shelters. We have one of our shelters is in Ballard. They're tiny house villages, but they're
Okay.
shelter. But one's in Ballard and one's in South MLK, like I think right
Okay.
around Fellow.
Yeah, I mean it's just an interesting, I think, reaching out to this constituent group, right? And getting folks registered to vote in shelters and in tiny house villages is something that I know like our LD hasn't really tapped. And I think like it's, again, this is a really disenfranchised group, right? And so what can we do to help listen to people's voices? And yeah, I'd love to connect. Where's your office at, Derrick?
I could type it. It's 410 Second Avenue Extension.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know if you've got contact info. I'd love to connect and see like what we can do in the 37th to support you guys, or if we can help, register folks to vote or what have you. We're always looking for precinct committee officers. So folks, if they want to get involved in the local legislative district, there's lots of opportunities for that too. So that's a way for folks to elevate their voices too. So
yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. I will also just add that so one of the big things we do at a day center drop-in shelter is give a address. So a lot of everybody has our Chief Seattle Club address, so they could vote even before they got housed. Yeah,
That's awesome.
We just got to
That's
get
so
it to
great.
them. Yeah, it's a mail service.
Derrick, it seems like you may be getting a few more speaking opportunities from legislative districts in Seattle. Thank you so much. We'll take one last question and then we'll move on to Cami. Hi, Lisa. Thanks for raising your hand.
Hey, thanks. Hi, Derrick.
Hi.
Thanks for the call earlier today. It was great to talk with you.
It was great
coming on and helping share more information about your organization. And thank you just for helping us all to learn more and understand how, as an organization, we can be supportive of Native orgs, either through you directly, through Sun, through so many others. And if you can definitely share your information with the org here, we can stick it in chat and people can reach out directly. And we hope to have more conversations as an organization going forward about what we can do. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I dropped my email and the address of our headquarters there, Day Center.
Thank you. Awesome. Derrick, thanks again so much. We look forward to continuing the conversation. I think you can tell this is not a one and done. We're looking for ways. Appreciate it. And you and I will be in touch as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Awesome. One of the organizations that is a part of Sun that came up in my earlier conversation with Derrick is the Hummingbird Indigenous Family Services. And I thought if Cami Goldhammers had been able to hang in with us all night, if she's still in the room, we could learn a little bit about that organization. Cami, are you here? We might have lost her, which is totally okay. I will put their website in and you guys can all take a look. It's impressive birth and family support and infant child support in a culturally sensitive way, and services available throughout the county and all provided by Indigenous healthcare providers. It'll take me a second to find that link. But while I find that link, I would like to welcome one of our own PCOs. I had no idea when I shared our November meeting at the PCO meeting. Will Booth just raised his hand and said, "Hey, I know about this stuff. Give me a hot minute." Thank you, Lisa, for popping that in. I really appreciate it. I was struggling there. Thank you. Will, I'd like to give you the floor and let you share with everybody what you and Creating Pathways is doing.
Thank you. Inde Wilwalu, Sigadum Hananax, Wildewayu, Kanhara Deptegu, Kanhara Deptegu Aradi di Hogsku, Getran di with Natalu Aratsianu, Metlakasa di with Watku, Sitak di with Itzogu, Lucky Get, Luxloop Diptuash. So, good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, King County Democrats. My name is Will Booth. I am Gitland of the Tsimshian Nation, originally from British Columbia, Canada, and Southeast Alaska. I am also a disabled Gulf War veteran and, as stated, the executive director of Creating Pathways, which is another Native-led 501c3 nonprofit. We are based here in SeaTac, so South King County, LD 33. And as stated, I am a current PCO, as well as serving on the Governor's Challenge team for suicide prevention within Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ Native and veteran populations across Washington State. Excuse me. I also serve on the community advisory team for affordable housing under the AHAB, the Affordable Housing Advisory Board through the Department of Commerce. So housing is one of our biggest programs, our housing wellness program. And our board and our organization, we all have 100% lived experiences of our various programs. Many of us have dealt with housing instability, self-included. If you all remember the major issues we dealt with back in 2009, 2010, with a lot of layoffs and unemployment and lack of affordable housing, well, I'm a client of the King County Veterans Program, helping to cover rent for a micro apartment back in those days. So living through that, surviving it, learning the different programs, started working more and more with nonprofits, specifically the veteran and the Native veteran populations, because as Chief Seattle Club had mentioned before, with these chronic housing, when you look at the demographics of those individuals, you take Native, but within that demographic, how many are also veteran? How many are Two-Spirit LGBT? How many have other disabilities? Those numbers then skyrocket. And so organizations like Sun, yes, but what we try to do here at Creating Pathways is there's still people falling through the gaps, and that's our focus. Who are those individuals? Like I've got one Vietnam veteran disabled senior whose family is Native, but he wasn't. But they're like, there's got to be something available. So they reached out to their tribe. Their tribe gave us a call. We looked at our, oh wait, he's veteran, disabled senior. I just got a foundation grant. They're within the county. I can provide some funding. Let's have a conversation. Let's get a contractor out there. The contractor, oh wait, disabled Vietnam veteran, and they're a senior, and you're a 501c3, tax-free. You get 15% discount right off the top. We're going to do this, this, and this. They worked within our budget, so this senior could stay in his home instead of having to find another place to live, and they can continue out their life active, staying in their own home. Family's happy, seniors happy, we're happy, good to go. Or sitting with a Gold Star veteran spouse. And for those that don't know what a Gold Star veteran is, a Gold Star veteran is someone who passed due to an injury obtained, including cancer, while they were on active duty. So that spouse is considered a Gold Star spouse. Sitting with the Gold Star spouse, trying to figure out their bank account, why they're missing $1,200. And come to find out, they were overdraft fees. So we called their financial institution, sat on the phone with them, and realized they had over 200 cases of fraud. So sitting with them while they're in a nursing home, by the way, going through every single transaction, taking the time to walk through it with them so they can understand and answer the questions that the financial institution had, to then open investigations to try to get some of that money back. Chances are that's never going to happen. But it brought to light what was going on, so we can stop those fraudulent charges so they weren't continuing these overdraft fees that they weren't even aware of. So those little things like that we focus on. We want that day-to-day, hands-on, again, whether it be housing, financial, digital. We provide community-based online safety workshops. We've presented them with the Afghan immigrant community with live translation, with the Chinese Information Service Center. They're in the International District, again, with live translation. Up at Beacon Hill, they're at the Beacon Library location in 4 dialects of Spanish, again, with live translation. So these community members get the same information that everyone else gets, but it's provided in a format, in a culture, in a language that they can work with, that they can learn from, and make the needed modifications to their online platform to keep themselves safe. We work again with tribal community. Chief Seattle Club has been a partner. We've, through a lot of their various programs, we've done workshops with domestic violence survivors. We've done, we partnered with, actually, I think everyone that was scheduled to talk today in some format, we've partnered working with various clients in the community for emergency housing. Just last winter, we had someone who is, I'm sorry, not this past winter, but last winter, a young person, 6 months pregnant, emergency housing. It's pouring down rain and sleet and ice like it tends to happen here around November, December timeframe. So we get a phone call, go pick them up and get them into short-term housing, basically a hotel with a kitchenette. And that following Monday, we're on the phone, we're on email with all of the different partners and 4 community-based organizations, King County Services, and a religious organization all came together, and between the 5 or 6 of us, were able to eventually find long-term housing for this domestic violence survivor who happened to also be 6 months pregnant. They are now, they finally made it to the short list for Section 8, for a Section 8 housing voucher. Baby is healthy, mom is doing great. She calls every few weeks just to say, hey, I'm still here. We're great, we're moving up. So that's, and because of their situation, again, there were a lot of loopholes that would fall, and that's what we're there to do. We're there to try to catch them. And I can go on because there's just so many that we just, yeah, it's, the work is real, it's needed, and yeah, I'll stop.
Thank
I
you
have no
so
voice
much,
anyway, so.
Will. I so appreciate it. And I feel like we're so fortunate to have a PCO, somebody already active in our organization doing such great work. Thank you for stepping up to share that with us tonight. I'd like to ask you the same question that I asked Derrick, that what help would be welcome?
I think for us, because again, we are right there on the ground with the community members, the biggest help is actually funding and awareness from, especially from the legislative level. I personally have been asked to testify at legislature regarding certain bills that can help continue to fund a lot of the works that we are doing, not just within tribal communities, but veterans, our Two-Spirit LGBT population as well, and our seniors. And so funding is the big thing. And within that, more unrestricted funding so we can actually put it to where it's exactly needed. So like I said, with this one senior veteran, had we not been able to get that foundation grant, that veteran would have had to have sold his house for a major loss, move into an assisted living facility at 10 times what he can actually afford. But instead, he got to stay in his home until he got to a point where he physically could not take care of him. But that gave his family time to make adequate health decisions for him, before, rather than,
right
here, we have one more of that, you know. So.
Right. That's magnificent work you're doing. I'm so appreciative. And I would hope that everybody in that need could find an organization like this to stand beside them, to problem solve, and to give them dignity in their everyday.
Okay. And actually, that's how we came up with the name of the organization, because there's no one solution. So everything is customized based on, of course, the grants. but we create a pathway to healing, whatever, and then we're there to walk beside. We're not there to necessarily carry.
Yes, magnificent, magnificent. Will, thank you so much. I know we will see you in many more meetings and hope to hear some more good news stories like the ones you've shared tonight. Thank you, very, very much. That's great. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And I really appreciate our speakers who were able to hang in so late with us this evening. That was really lovely of you. We have a couple of others who are primarily introductions. Just in case, we've already lost a few, but just in case, I want to make sure that everybody knows who our liaisons are to some of our federal electeds. You've heard from some of our speakers that's, hi, Kenny, do you have a question about this? Nope, next time. Good job, thank you. You've heard from some of these speakers that reaching out to our federal electeds is extraordinarily helpful to them. It's helpful awareness, also getting funding, and it's helpful for pushing through legislation. And so I'd like you to know who the folks are that you would want to reach out to. One we just lost a few minutes ago, and that was Lauren Lalonde, and Lauren is Congressmember Jayapal's liaison for us. Additionally, Representative Dr. Schreier has Stuart Ashford, who is often here. I don't think Stuart's in the room. If I'm wrong, come off of mute and please give me a shout. We all will probably remember Representative Del Bene's liaison to us, Mel Plummer. Mel, do you happen to be here? And finally, Representative Smith's office is represented by Chirag Vidalapalli, and usually Chirag can hang with us for the night, but I'm not sure if he did. So I'm going to go ahead and pop those contacts into the chat. We invite them to every single meeting, so you guys will probably see them at times here, and they are your standing connection. Oh, and I almost forgot, Alex Davidson from Senator Murray's office. So those are some great contacts who are reliable responders to us. And Kenny, you will be new business, which is going to come right after finishing up our resolutions. So we're going to go back to Carrie and back to our resolutions. And we're going to ask what resolution is next on our list to take a look at.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me share my screen again. And I'll bring up the next resolution, which is regarding the Seattle Police Department. It was submitted by the 34th. Do we still have Mary on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
And I also see Tara has a hand raised. Tara, do you have a question about this resolution?
I have a comment about the resolution. I don't know if we want to introduce it first or just go right to that. All right, I'm here. The resolves need to be amended. We can only resolve what is in the power of this body. If only we could resolve what the mayor does or the city council, but we can't. We need to ask, urge, request, insist, whatever, but we need to resolve what King County Democrats do. So I don't have a
need to respond to
I
that.
don't have a vote, but someone could move that.
Thank you. I think that double hand raise is happening from one of the authors, Mary Gross, and perhaps she can answer and respond to that. Mary, you have the floor.
Thank you. It is within your powers because, as you'll notice in the title, it is a resolution calling on the City Council to pass an ordinance. This resolution does not create any new laws or policies. It urges the City Council to pass an ordinance that creates new laws and policies described in the resolution. So it is within your power.
Thank you, Mary. I noticed that you had your hand up earlier as well. Did you want to describe the resolution further than what you've just been able to add?
I would, thank you, if it's okay to take the time.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So I just want to let everyone know that the folks who drafted this are an unaffiliated group of attorneys and grant writers, and we wrote it obviously in response to all the horrific things happening with federal immigration. And so it's an ordinance proposed to the Seattle City Council, and it provides a clear lawful direction to the Seattle Police Department to take proactive steps to protect the civil rights and private property, to follow transparent Seattle-defined rules in interactions with federal agents, and to ensure that evidence of rights violation by federal officers is immediately accessible to prosecutors, the media, and the public in a transparent database. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the whereas sections. And yeah, if you can scroll along, that would be great. It's not very long. So obviously, federal immigration agents have been violating rights. They've killed people. They're breaking other laws as well, generally abusing the public. As well, the next whereas point, Seattle Police Department, some officers in the Seattle Police Department have broken Washington state laws and assisted ICE in ways that are illegal in Washington state. And also their identity being obscured is a real problem. It's terrifying the public. It's clouding their accountability of individual officers. So, pardon me, just for 1 second. The last whereas point makes clear that the violation of laws and policy that we're seeing happening tell us that we need new oversight, new enforcement, and so we need new laws. And so in the resolved section, we describe those. First of all, the first section requires clear identification of the officer. And we didn't call out face coverings specifically, like a lot of different jurisdictions are passing laws and rules about that right now. We're just going with clear agency and officer identification. We want to make it clear that it's SPD's responsibility to protect us and our civil rights. And then our last resolved calls on the mayor and the city attorney to investigate and file criminal charges when rights are violated, and to maintain this database immediately available, transparent, and public of evidence, which will include all evidence collected by Seattle Police Department officers in their interactions with ICE, and also allow for the public to submit their evidence, whether it's videos or testimony. So where we're at in the process is obviously recruiting endorsements and a lot of support to get one of our city council members to adopt it. We are supported by the Community Police Commission, and we've run this by the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project to make sure that we aren't doing anything that's in conflict with their goals, and they are enthusiastic. They gave it a green light. It's been endorsed by the 43rd. I've run it by Erica Evans. I've talked to her a couple times about it, and she's enthusiastic. We're meeting with Rink and Kettle's legislative advisors, and Joy Hollingsworth's staff has sent it to the City Council Central Office legal staff for review. But we're buoyed by the Nick Brown and Bob Ferguson press conference today, where Bob Ferguson made it clear that he was not going to share his strategy, yet they expect the police to act on our behalf. And these directives that are in this ordinance are specific. And also I should point out that the Community Police Commission, Seattle Police Department is required to confer with the Community Police Commission when they create new policy and directives, which they're doing right now. And when they, SPD sent their new directives over, the CPC actually gave them some of our language to use in the new directives. And I'm very pleased to hear that there are new directives because it's been a very long time since the Seattle Police Department directives regarding interactions with federal officers have been amended or revisited. But directives belong entirely to the Seattle Police Department. They're not accountable to the public in any way. They can change them or cancel them without any oversight from the city council or from the public. And so we feel very strongly that needs to be codified at a higher level as an ordinance. And that's why we've written this. And we hope for your endorsement.
Mary, thank you very much. Might you be able to stay with us for a moment for a couple of questions? I see some new hands are raised. Hannah, do you have a question for Mary?
I don't have a question. I am raising my hand to be able to debate about this resolution and share the perspective of the 34th LD's resolutions committee.
Wonderful. We'll keep your hand up and we'll keep you there. Thanks. Rachel, I wonder if you have a question for Mary. Hi.
Sorry. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened. I don't have a question. I just have a quick like statement saying thank you for what you're doing. This is important and right at a time when it feels like hardly anything's being done to protect the community against especially ICE and Border Patrol and all of it. We need actual action to get things to protect our most vulnerable members of our neighborhood. It's really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Hi, Kat. Do you have a question for our speaker?
I do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am wondering if the resolution authors are aware of Meland Ty's Bill HB 2597, which provides for remedies for violations of constitutional rights, specifically, all the ones we're seeing violated by the people you were discussing in the resolution. I'm just wondering if there's anything in conflict there.
Can you tell me again what the name of that is?
Sure, it's HB 2597. Here, hold on one sec. Concerning remedies for violations of federal constitutional rights occurring during immigration enforcement. Feels like there's a little bit of similar kind of an approach. I just dropped the bill link into chat. And I will shamelessly plug that there is a hearing on it tomorrow. You can sign in pro. That's relevant to this.
This is Washington State legislature.
Correct.
And that's
great. But it feels like there's a little overlap with some of what you guys are. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
So there already is a lot of overlap between federal, state, and city law. And in drafting this, we've conferred with attorneys. There are attorneys in our group. However, it will be the legislative staff of the city council, if they choose to take it up, who will draft the final legal language. Writing this proposed ordinance is our way of expressing our expectations, basically our demands as a populace, that we be protected by our own police department. So yes, there are going to be redundancies for sure. And we anticipate those being solved by, between Erica Evans and the Seattle City Council staff.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mary. Jamie, I see you have a question for Mary.
Yeah, I was just yeah, thanks, Mary, for doing this. Really important. Curious if you've been able to reach out to Councilmember Lynn and his staff around this. I know he's kind of talked about some of this stuff, but I think he might be a good advocate for what you're proposing as well.
Yeah. We're in the process of reaching out to all of them. It's just that, it takes time to get meetings with legislative advisors. So we're in that process now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in full support of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jamie. And Aaron, I see that you have a question for our speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't know if the question has been stated yet, so if not, perhaps this could be a very simple amendment that you would just accept. But the fourth whereas in the second line, I don't quite understand the way that it reads, and I wonder if there's just sort of a typo there. Whereas the aforedescribed violations of laws and policy by law enforcement officers demonstrates ongoing failure either or these laws and policies. The either or these laws, somewhere in there seems like something odd.
You know what? I think I actually have a different. I'm not sure if this is the. Can you scroll up to the top? Okay. All right, and you are looking at
the fourth whereas.
Okay, I'm just gonna read it. If you can just hold on for 1 second. Either of these laws and policies, insufficient oversight. Oh, there's a missing or insufficient oversight.
I see. So it should be either of and or insufficient oversight. Yeah, something like that. If there could be an amendment, and if we haven't, however that would be handled. That's what I would like.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for the catch.
Thank you. Accepted. Thank you very much. So I see Hannah is waiting for debate. Jamie has spoken and his hand is up, so I assume he's waiting for debate. And Tara, I'm just going to check in. Do you have one last question, or are you also waiting for debate?
No, I'm moving a series of amendments that I dropped in the chat to format it so that we are resolving what we do. Basically, it's adding the underlying parts.
Adding the King County Dams piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, to say that it's from us.
Yes.
I would like to ask if anybody has any objection to that minor modification of the corrected or and indicating that this resolution comes from KCDCC. Is there any objection to those modifications? Hi, Isabella. Do you have an objection?
No, Madam Chair, just for the record, let it be shown that I second the motion. I didn't hear a second, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Wonderful. With no objection, we'll just by acclamation adjust those minor modifications so that it is firmly coming from King County Democrats Central Committee, and that we've cleared up one small word omission. I'd like to ask if there's debate on this resolution. Anybody pro or con for this? I see two speakers. Wonderful. Great. Hannah, thank you for waiting. I'd like to give you a minute and a half, followed by Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Nice to see you. Haven't heard you yet tonight. Nice to see you. Hannah, go for it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will lower my hand. I just wanted to start off by sharing the perspective of the 34th LD's resolution committee. We had this resolution brought before us I want to start off by stating that our resolutions committee really loves the intent behind this resolution. And we think that this is an extremely important topic. And we really appreciate the work that Mary's group is doing to advance something like this. I want to make sure that it is amended in the minutes, though, that it was, I believe it was said that this came from the 34th. And I want to make sure that it's clear that this specifically did not come from the 34th. Our resolution committee did not vote to approve this resolution and pass it on to our executive board. We hope to have continuing conversations with the folks behind this resolution, but we don't feel like it meets our standards yet. And part of the reason why we chose not to advance it is that we feel like there are some statements that are made in this resolution that don't have the credible support that is needed. Yes, it came from an individual in the 34th, but it did not get passed by the 34th. I just think that's an important distinction. I just want to clarify something in the chat. So one of the statements that we went back and forth on,
That's
and
time.
oh, okay. Some of
Thank
it is
you.
inaccurate. So thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. Hi, Ryan.
Hi. Evening, everyone, and thanks for taking the time to stick around to engage in this. I know we've had some wonderful speakers, and it's getting late. I just want to speak on behalf of the 43rd, who did pass this resolution, and for all of the work that Mary and Beth have put in. And one thing that I've really appreciated while working with them is the recognition that, like, we know that this is a work in progress. And as Mary stated, this is setting the expectations that we're aiming for as we're engaging in these conversations with our council members and with their legal support. And so rather than, while not everything in here is probably going to be in the final version, and there is still some question, like potentially some questions around exactly how this is going to interact, having had lawyers look at it ahead of time and knowing that the central staff from the city council is already engaging in this, we're really confident that setting these intentions and declaring that this is where we want our city council to go will give them the energy to keep moving and pushing through to find a version that will be legally sound and that all of the council members will be able to jump on board with. And so knowing that, there is probably going to be some of the little tweaks along the way, I just want to reinforce that this is about setting those intentions. And I think everyone here recognizes the need for us to move in this direction. And so rather than try to get stuck in specific details, let's let the process work its way through for that and declare that this is where we want our council members to go and to figure out how to do that in detail.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else who has a pro or con to adopting this resolution as minorly modified to reflect our organization and the one clerical error? Hi, Hannah. Do you have
there was a point of information asked in the chat, and I just wanted to find out if that's something that, Chair, that you would like addressed or not. Thank you.
Knowing that we're not going to modify this, if you could just super briefly give us a statement, because I think Ryan's statement stands that this is a statement of intent that we expect they will work out the significant details on. But I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so very briefly, in the second whereas, this states that members of SPD have assisted federal immigration officers in ways that violate the Keep Washington Working Act. Our resolution committee could find no official accusations, reports, any I guess I'm lacking the words, but there have been no credible assertions that SPD has violated that law. And so we felt like it was inappropriate to pass something. Yes, it is cited, but what is cited specifically, the article specifically states that they do not have credible information showing that SPD officers have assisted in federal immigration officers. So it is misleading to our resolutions committee's eyes. And we felt like that was something that we couldn't pass, and which is why we wanted to be able to continue working with Mary and her group, just because we felt like, we need to make sure that if we're lobbying claims like that, that they're really grounded, and that we're not causing contention where there potentially isn't, because we don't want to lose our standing and the value behind our name. So thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. And I do see a rebuttal from Mary in the chat that will be helpful for your group the next time you sit down to take this up. That in footnote 7, she notes SPD email is an SPD resource, and that was used, which violates the law. And that is often the case with utilizing department, whether it's police department or parks department, any department email for purposes it's not expressly allowed for. So I see that, and I thank your committee for doing extraordinary work to vet this. That's very impressive. I would like to have this group, many of our groups, emulate that. Thank you for bringing that forward. Seeing no other discussion at this time, I'd like to ask for a vote to totally agree with you there. I'd like to ask for a vote to approve or to not approve this resolution from the King County Democrats. And in just a moment, Alex is going to pop that into the chat. There it is, approving the presented resolution. Everybody get your voting code warmed up and ready to go. Hopefully this will just take a moment. And while we're doing that, Carrie, thank you for taking this down and teeing up our next resolution. We also have a resolution of urgency from one of the LDs that will come in as soon as Carrie wraps up.
All right. Do you want me to wait till folks vote, or
we'll just give it another 30 seconds to vote?
Okay.
When we're voting and filling out forms and tallying and counting and making sure that everybody in the room who can have a credential has a credential, because sometimes voting members need to leave and their alternates vote. I always think when we get to that point of calling it, that I think of that Harry Potter phrase of mischief managed. And I don't know if mischief is exactly it, but it certainly feels like good work managed. Well done, all of us. Thank you for hanging in there. And Alex is right. If you feel like your credentials are wrong, let him know. He's there to help. Oh, hi, Tara. I'm sorry. I was down reading the chat and not up looking for hands raised. I apologize. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Did we, was this submitted by the 43rd, or did we establish that it was submitted by
the previous one? The previous one?
Oh, the other one. Yeah. Sorry.
The previous, not the one on screen now. The previous
the one
one
I'm still trying to vote on.
was submitted by members, not by the organization. Yes, so thank you for that clarification. They did share that with us.
Yeah, that's.
Do you have another question?
Well, I had the point of order that the resolutions standing rules say that they have to have been submitted by a LD.
Then the 43rd is happy to have submitted it.
Oh, you know what? Because was it the 34th? 34th was the one that did not submit it. And the 43rd is coming to us with an additional resolution as well. So thank you, Ryan, and thank you, 43rd. And thank you, Tara, for that good reminder. I appreciate that. That's not a question that we've faced over the last year. Your 10 years of experience and service are well appreciated. Thank you. Alex, do you feel that we have enough, that pretty much everybody's had a chance? And we have a ton of votes in, or are we still working on it?
There is an issue with one of the ballots that I'm trying to resolve because the vote is close.
Good. Then we will wait and have that resolved. Thank you.
And I might ask you to check your DMs, Aaron.
And while we do that, perhaps Kat could take a moment to respond to the question in the chat. Does that bill need public testimony or mostly sign-ins?
They would love both. Simple answer.
That was me that asked that question. So I as long as it's in my schedule, I'm down to giving public testimony if needed. Yeah.
And that can be done virtually, am I right, Kat? Or yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, do you want me to post the link of the signing up to testify as opposed to signing up to sign in pro con?
When I clicked your link, I had that as an option.
Then that's
so perfect. I think you've got yourself covered. In that case, it is mischief managed. Thank you.
Thank you.
While we tally this, perhaps Carrie could get us started in understanding this resolution. Or Carrie, is this the resolution that we're expecting
Bryce
to speak to?
Yes, is Bryce still here?
Yay, Rachel. I'm not sure if Bryce is still here.
Oh,
Yes, he is. Great. But you know what? Before you, Bryce, it looks like Alex has his hand up, so we're going to let him go ahead and share with us what he's learned.
Yeah, so it's holding steady at 26 ballots. All are cured, and I believe it passes at 18 approved to 8 reject. That's 69.2%.
Wow, thank you. And thank you for curing all of those ballots. I appreciate that, Alex. Thank you very much. Now, Bryce, I turn the floor to you to explain the resolution in support of House Bill 2100, Senate Bill 6093, and the Well Washington Fund.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. I'm coming to you from the 43rd. I'm trying to bring all the energy I have. We're past my bedtime, so if I'm a little punch drunk, please excuse any flubs. This is a resolution that was originally passed by the 43rd, brought to us by Mary Gross and Beth Sanders of previous resolution fame. This resolution endorses a House bill and companion Senate bill that were both introduced by the 43rd's own representative, the Immaculate Sean Scott. It is creating a payroll tax to build revenue for state services which have been cut by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. If that sounds familiar, it's very similar to the existing Jumpstart tax that Seattle already has. The proposal for the House bill and Senate bill would tax the largest 1% of Washington businesses, 5% as a payroll excise tax on wages that are over $125,000, as the bills are currently written. The Washington Office of Financial Management estimates that somewhere between $300 million to $500 million dollars would be lost per per fiscal year due to the OBBBA. As a rough low figure, many of the impacts are not accountable. And so funding the services that we have all come to rely on and many of our most vulnerable community members within the state and King County have come to rely on is extremely important right now. Employers who are already paying the Seattle Jumpstart tax will get a tax credit against the Washington Fund. So that means that we wouldn't be really taxing employers twice if they exist in the city of Seattle and are already paying the Jumpstart tax. In 2026, revenue will go to the general fund in order to plug the hole. But in 2027 and starting from then on, 51% of the revenue will go into a dedicated fund, which is earmarked for public sector funding to plug holes from the OBBBA. This has been endorsed by Nicole Macri and several other representatives, and other supporters of the bill include the Balance Our Tax Code, Tech for Taxes, WFSE, SEIU 775NW, Statewide Poverty Action Network, American Association of University Professors, Low Income Housing Alliance, and hopefully soon, the King County Democrats. For any technical questions, I'll pop it over to the two wonderful authors of the resolution, but I'm hoping I can just yield the rest of my time right here and we can continue on with our night.
Awesome. Colton, Bryce, thank you so much for bringing the energy. You are a rock star. It is past my bedtime too, and I appreciate that. Also, newly resurrected word of the day, flubs. I've flubbed it up a bunch tonight. I haven't used that word in a long time. I'm bringing it back right here with you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I wonder if anybody has debate on comments for debate on the resolution in support of HB 2100 and SB 6093. Hi, Aaron. Thank you for raising your hand.
Lou, there we go. In the third resolved, I think your intention is probably that it would be reported back at the King County Democrats Central Committee Executive Board meeting immediately following its adoption. The next general meeting is probably the reorganization in December or January. December, I guess.
Oh, an important clarification, and I think that we could allow that clarification just as we just by omitting.
I accept that as a copy edit and a friendly
Yes.
amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'm seeing, but you can't do that. And Kevin's being very kind to me and not just.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you don't really just do it without objection. It'll be amended that way. Okay.
Okay.
There's nothing really such thing as a friendly amendment. And if the maker of the motion can't accept the amendment, once the amendment is stated, once the motion is stated by the chair, it becomes the property of the entire body, and only they can decide whether they want to amend it or not. But if you could just say without objection, it'll be amended, and it'll be fine.
Thank you. I'm going to say that phrase, without objection, it will be amended. Seeing no objection, we will be amending it once passed. Is there any other debate on this? Hi, Isabella.
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm also just seconding the motion just for the record.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. That would be our seconder ride and die all night tonight. Thank you, Isabella. Seeing no more debate, I'd like to have another ballot that allows us to select if we would like to adopt this resolution or not. So warm up your 6-letter, 2-digit secret code and get ready to use it again. Shall we approve the presented amendment? Thank you very much. Thanks, Alex. You are a quick draw tonight. And we are getting faster, which I am super excited about. Hi, Rachel. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the same question I asked the last time. Is there a need for public testimony, or is there a need to submit written testimony, or just sign in pro? I just want to know how I can help amplify this bill.
I'm going to guess and be very excited if Bryce has a different opinion, but that both would be welcomed. And at the very least, signing in pro, if that is your vote, that
Yeah.
would be magnificent.
It's incredibly shocking how well you read my mind.
Well, and also I wanted to make a point because you know, sometimes they hear a lot of these meetings. There's like these, they have to hear they hear a whole bunch of bills, and so there's a lot of people that will give support or want to testify, and you won't be able to because of time limits and stuff. So that they'll ask you to just submit like in writing. I've had that happen a lot of times. Well,
yeah,
testifying.
absolutely. Thank you. Kat, or actually, I guess Bryce, do you think I could ask you to pull up the link so that if anybody wanted to go and sign in now, they could do that if, Bryce, if you don't mind. And while Alex tallies our votes, I noticed that Carolyn has her hand raised. Hi, Carolyn. I know sometimes it's hard to find the mute, but we got you. Also, Alex and Aaron, if you wouldn't mind admitting Dominic, I think, is that LD1? That would be great. Thank you. Carolyn, do you still have a question? Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you. While we wait for the tally, I'm just going to put in one more plug for you guys to check out what you have got in your is that a reintroduction of the same?
That's the same link.
Same one, same link. Great, thank you. Take a glance through your camera roll and see if you have any amazing photos of Dems in action that you could share to us. I would so love it, so love it. You can email them to jen@northbend.net. Or you can put them in this SharePoint folder that I'm about to put back out there. Any and all photos are welcome. You do not need to be perfectly coiffed or even have it be perfectly in focus. Just would be awesome to have representation from across the county. Hi, Judy. Do you have a question?
Yes, this is called the Well Washington Fund, and that suggests it should be for healthcare, and Medicaid is taking big cuts, as you know. Is any of this money for healthcare? What would I can't scroll down to the bottom, but what
Sure, Judy. I think we'll let Ryan and Bryce answer that question because name only can tell part of the story. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, so the Washington Well Fund is a separate account, and it will be used essentially to backfill federal money that is being lost across a variety of areas, including healthcare. So this will help to stem loss from, and I think it's in one of the whereases. It's the big one right there. Dedicated a fund, and there is a whole group of people that will decide how it is going to be used. There are some specifications around some different buckets, but healthcare is one of them. But it's essentially a list of all the places where we're going to be losing federal money when the big beautiful bill goes into full effect.
So it would help with Medicaid and the subsidies right now.
Yep. Well, it'll be there when the bigger subsidy hits happen next year.
Okay, so we've been getting people who were getting a subsidy for buying health insurance have lost that subsidy. So will this help replace that subsidy?
Not this year, because we will need the year we'll need to go through this year to collect the money.
But next year it would, and next year it would help with Medicaid?
It will help with Apple Health. It'll help cover the hole that will be left with Apple Health. Exactly what that's going to look like is going to be up to the committee that is going to be in charge of this funding. So I can't speak to exactly what it'll go to, but there is a list of things that it has to go to that specific list, and they are the things that we're losing federal funding for, including subsidies for healthcare and the cuts to Apple Health.
Yeah, well, I think in the long run, this could probably save us money because people who don't have health insurance put off getting care until they're really sick, and then it costs a lot of money. So I think this could actually save money in the long run.
And we recommend that you click that link and sign in and make your opinion known to our state legislators. That'd be really helpful. Thank you, Judy. And Alex, I see you have your hand raised.
I do. Thank you. I have it raised because there's been 24 votes for a little while. If you are ready for the results.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Cool. There were 23 approve and 1 reject. So the motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you for your help with that. I really appreciate it. And thank you for helping to cure every vote, because every vote always matters. That's magnificent. Carrie, I believe that takes us to the end of our resolutions, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, you are correct.
Thank you. I so appreciate your help. And that concludes that section of business for us. We now move on to new business, and we do have one speaker that I'm aware of in new business, and that's Kenny Austin. Kenny, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Beth. Hi, everybody. My name is Kenny Austin. I founded and chair the 34th Dems Nonviolent Resistance Committee. Our mission is to research, plan, and lead a local, nonviolent, democratic response that protects our community, our liberties, and our democracy from Trump. The reason I'm talking to you today is because we are organizing a legislative action day for February 27th, and I would like to invite all of the King County legislative districts to participate. This is a day where we will drive down to Olympia in the morning, meet with our representatives, take pictures on the floor, maybe on the steps, get home in time to pick up any children from daycare. There are a handful of bills we are backing that we want to encourage folks to get passed during this effort. Bills that would ban ICE from wearing masks, introduce more worker protections like notifications of I-9 audits, and ban businesses from allowing immigrant officials into certain places like ELCs, schools, hospitals without judicial warrants, and ban them from sharing immigrant status information. Basically, it gives those people more of a bulwark to stand up and say, no, I really can't let you in here. It is the law unless you have that judicial warrant. The timing, again, is February 27th. That is a Friday. That is strategically late in the session, so we can help get any lagging bills over the hump. I will provide a lot of stuff to make this easy on you if you want to participate, if your LD wants to participate. I'll provide email templates for the emails to the legislators. I will help with the logistics. I will provide email templates for you to send to your members to see if they want to sign up. I even have if we have even a few members from each LD participate, that would really help in multiplying the impact. The idea that is that a lot of legislators really, hey, like they talk to you too, that's amazing. And that really helps drive that across. I can absolutely summarize this in writing. And I will say, if you're at all curious about this, hit me in Slack. Let me know if you're interested. I'll reach out after tonight. Same thing, if you have any questions, you can drop them in Slack. I do want to be respectful of time and seeing how late we're going. So happy to make this a dialogue that continues offline after tonight's meeting. And Jamie, I see a hand up. Or Beth, shall I let you call in?
Jamie, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for doing this. You get an email or other contact that we can get a hold of you?
Let me drop one in the chat. It's nvrc@34dems.org. So if you hit me up right there, nvrc@34dems.org. And again, also, if you drop your name in the chat, I'll be able to work with Jordan, chair of the 34th Dems, to get your emails. And I can also reach out to you and do some follow-up that way too.
Okay, fantastic. And are you doing any, like mobilized signups or anything like that for tracking this at all? Or
I'm not mobilized savvy yet, so this is
Okay.
right now like a Google form. And
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, that works. I'll get your contact info and then we'll spread the word at 37th. So
wonderful.
thanks for
Thank you
doing
very
this.
much,
Yeah.
Jamie. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna grab these down. I see some names. I'm just gonna take some notes over on the side here.
Awesome. Yes, make sure that you connect with King County Cat. That's Cat Pipkin, who will help you with your mobilize, and Alex and Judy. Awesome. I love it. Building a coalition, Kenny. Way to be.
Whoop.
Thank you. Yep. I see Lisa has her hand raised. Do you have a question for Kenny or anything about Advocacy Day, Lisa?
I was coming back to what I was talking about earlier in the meeting. So
Next new business. Super. Thank you. Okay. No other questions for Kenny. I'm going to take that spotlight away and say thank you so much for that. That's really awesome. And thank you for organizing that. Hi, Lisa. You have the floor.
So yeah, I was coming back to my question from earlier in the meeting regarding, I really just want to find out if there was any response from the PDC regarding the item from November. If I have to motion to untable, I'll do that, I guess, but I don't know if that's really what I got to do. Maybe the parliamentarian can advise how I can just find out again, like if there has been any response from PDC regarding the item from November.
I wonder if Diana is still in the meeting tonight. Diana, do you happen to be available to us? Because I can certainly give my recollection, but yours might be crisper.
I am still here.
Thank you. And are you crisp?
Absolutely not. It is
Okay.
way too late. As I've said previously, the emails, the responses when I reached out to the PDC asking whether we could make a donation were, no, that is not legal. Donations from political organizations are not legal. If we as a body determine that there is an obligation for this organization to pay reparations, then that is a different matter.
Can I ask follow-up questions?
Sure, we'll give it a try.
Yeah. So Diana, so are you referring to communications with them that you've done since the November meeting, or was this something from before that you're just
I have not done any additional communication because the answer I got from them was very clear that donations are not legal.
When did you receive that information?
That's an excellent question. I don't remember off the top of my head.
It sounds like you're saying you received that before the November meeting. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to make.
No, there
I believe
was
so.
there-
I don't understand, Lisa. I'm not understanding. Are you unclear that they were very clear with me?
No, I'm unclear on the timeline because
Oh, okay.
at the November meeting, the motion was that part of the tabling was that somebody, I don't even know if it was you or Beth or who, was going to contact the BDC to clarify with them that we had a adequate sort of defense of a donation and then hear from them. You can check the minutes. I mean, it's there and we have a video too. So, but it was to the effect of you guys were gonna write up a defense of some sort that no one was personally benefiting from this. I had run it by the PDC. You assured us that the PDC responds really fast, and then you'd hear back, you or Beth or something. I say you in a general sense. Sorry, I don't mean you specifically, Dana. Sorry. But that somebody would get back to us. Somebody was sure that they would to let us know that whether or not our reasoning or defense or whatever it was adequate. And then we would untable this to then talk about it more, and that this could not be untabled until such time as we heard back from PDC. So if you didn't reach out to them at all since November, that seems not in line with what the motion called for to happen. So and then I don't know. I mean, I don't know why we had that motion at all. And if the answer in your mind or anyone's was that already we knew it wasn't allowed, and why it was allowed to go forward with the motion saying let's ask them again, I guess. Like, I'm not sure what the intention was of that, but I mean, and that's weird because again, like we have LDs that donate. I mean, again, our LD and I think 43rd also.
Yeah, I understand that.
And our compliance officer is the same as your guys. It's Jason Bennett's our compliance person, same as our King County Democrats compliance person. So was he tasked with the PDC request? Like, I'm not sure,
No.
A, who was supposed to do it, B, when they did it, or why it wasn't done. If it was called for by the body, we specifically requested it get done after the meeting. So if that didn't happen, I think that still needs to. Because it's the will of the body. I'm sorry. Clarify why I think that's not
Diana, we can check our email correspondence for the date. I recall having further correspondence from the PDC following the November meeting, and I remember them clarifying that it was a very gray area. It was not clearly okay, and that the elected treasurer would have to be willing to defend against a challenge, that the PDC wouldn't come after us for it, but if we were challenged by somebody else, that would be on us, that their rules did not state that this was okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Lisa, I'm sorry, I don't remember the timeline. I've had some family emergencies in the last couple of months that have which
I've taken you away from
things has just dropped. So the message I got, and I appreciate that we share Jason. When I checked with the PDC directly, because they are relatively quick on turnaround, they were pretty clear about you cannot do a donation. You can try to do something in the margins, but you should also expect that there may be a challenge. And so we as a body would need to have a very clear mandate and description of what we were trying to do and what we felt our obligation was, and then accept the risk that there would be a judgment that would go against us.
So will this hold true under any circumstance in which we ever want to make a donation to any organization? Because I feel like this is coming,
Donations are not permitted. Donations are not permitted.
And is there a reason we have not had Jason ask them himself? He speaks their language. He's the compliance person. And I appreciate that, you and Chair Baisley have done your own outreach. It sounds good, again, because in our world, our LD and other LDs, it happens and it has not been.
When I spoke with Jason, he mentioned that he had another client, which I'm assuming is you guys, that were doing this work in the reparations space. Donations are not permitted.
Okay, so then going back to what you said earlier, you did say that if we're talking about reparations, that's a different story. What does that mean? It's a different story.
That means that reparations fall into that gray area where we will potentially be challenged on misusing funds. And we need to have a very clear mandate from the body that we would accept the judgment should we be challenged on misusing funds.
And that mandate would be in the form of, I'm assuming, a motion and what kind of mandate do you think that would qualify?
I honestly don't know what that mandate might look like. I haven't workshopped that. The response I got was you'd need to have a mandate and it should be for something the body considered to be an obligation.
Yeah. Well, that sounds to me like a motion because I don't know what else. I don't know any other way the body mandates things. I mean, that's how we do it, right? That's how we call on our organization to do things is through a motion. Be that like I guess typically it's a resolution of some sort, or via a vote of some sort. So I guess would you recommend then that is the next step for us to put that? I mean, I don't want to redo work we've already done because I feel like we kind of already started going forward with this, and we did have the ad hoc committee, And we had, and then you even invited, not you, again, not you, not you, somebody invited speakers today. And as I understand from speaking with some of them, that they were given the impression there might be donations coming, because the email exchange did specifically say donations might be coming or something to that effect. So I don't know why we told them that if we can't do that. I didn't write them this email. So
So thank you, Lisa. One of the things that I asked all the speakers to come with is, how can we support them? What help would they like the most? And as with any nonprofit, financial gifts are very important. And if nothing else, it allows staff to sit and help with the individual's needs. And at the other end of the spectrum, it allows whole buildings to be built. But as we also heard, all of us could give the gift of time and energy. And so I think that this becomes an ongoing discussion of what to do and how do we best do it, because we are learning along the way. And I think everybody understands that we want to continue to learn how to best show up for these communities and how we can operate within the rules and that we have to abide by, whether they're what we want to do or not. So I think that the discussion could continue with a subgroup, but probably not right now. It doesn't feel like we're coming to a point. And an important thing was just noted in the chat that this is a public discussion, so we don't want to give ammunition to anybody that might be looking to derail us from our good work. So I'm going to take a pause there because we have 3 other hands that are raised on the same subject. So I'd like to ask Sabella what your question is on this important topic.
Okay, I would like to get a chance to respond though to what you just added when you have a second for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And forgive me for continuing discussion on this. Just to keep myself in time, Madam Chair, how much time do I have to speak on this? I want to make sure I'm accountable if it's a minute or a minute and 30.
It would be ideal if we kept it to a minute and 30. We have not been setting the timer tonight. We've just been hoping folks that folks can be understanding of everybody else's time, especially now that it's after 10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep it brief. I'm just interested in the conversation and just a clarification, just because it may relate to RLD efforts, is what, and I'm probably missing some information from November, or I can't remember because it's after 10. Was it that the PDC is saying that a political organization such as the King County Dems cannot donate to any organization, or was this specific to nonprofit organizations? And I ask that because, of course, there's ramifications if it's any organization, as that could mean other candidate campaigns or other political organizations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's an excellent question, and I will ask Diana to confirm that my understanding is that PDC is just monitoring public officials and other political orgs. Am I right, Diana? Or Eric? I think Eric's in the room also.
Can I be a little more specific?
Yeah.
So funds from a campaign or political organization that is responsible to the PDC cannot be distributed to charitable organizations. There's a whole suite of rules around that. They can be redistributed to other political organizations. I'm not going to speak to anybody's specific case, The documentation on the PDC site is pretty good and their customer service is great. So if you have specific questions, I'm happy to point you to kind of the places that I have found details. But that's kind of as deep as I want to go, just because
That
everything is
answers
a
my
little bit.
question. Thank you. I would
Yeah.
just offer that the full correspondence be shared to the LD chairs, or at least myself, so that I can see the exact PDC the question and the
I'm happy.
response.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Isabella. Jamie, thank you.
Yeah, is it so it sounded like reparations would be something that we could defend, right? And paying real rent is a form of reparations, right? And this is something that there's conversations in a lot of places around reparations. And what do we do as you look at the makeup of this body and it's predominantly Caucasian, right? And we're folks that have the time, and a lot of folks in this room have the means, and what does it mean, right? Like we talk about land acknowledgements, like what can we really do to recognize and honor these folks and undo some of that past harm? And I think that reparations is one way to do that. And importantly, in this time, like what we're dealing with right now with the Trump administration, there are attacks on indigenous peoples all over the world. What can we do as in Martin Luther King County, Democrats, to honor and recognize that? And so I would like us to explore the idea of reparations, paying reparations as a body, and let's take a stand on that. Let's take a moral high ground and defend that. So that's what I'd like to propose.
Thank you, Jamie. We have a self-identified committee that I welcome you to join, that's led by Hunter Brown. And I believe Bunny Hatcher is also on that committee, and I think Lisa also joined that group. And any others who would like to continue to pursue reparations, I would absolutely love it. And please do connect with Hunter. Lisa, can I ask you to put Hunter's email in the chat for me, please? That would be great. You can also always email me and I will connect you. And I also really recommend that you take heed of some of the requests from our speakers tonight, and we'll look forward to hearing from others in the future of ways that we can get personally involved. Thank you. Awesome, Lisa. Thanks. This is a topic that touches all of us in a deep way, and I want to make sure that we feel personally empowered to do this work alongside them. Thank you, Bunny. You have a question.
Yeah, and I guess I was a little confused because in our LD, of course, we donate to candidates. I mean, we raise money specifically
Candidates it's a political to political thing.
Right. But also we do a service project every December, which involves donating funds. And it's a nonprofit, but we raise the money for that. And we're like, I think we probably handle it like a pass-through. Would that make sense? Would that be a way that it could be handled here? Would be that
I'm not sure, and I think that that's a good question for us to pose. So thank you, and thank you for pointing out that example of good work that your LD is doing. Thanks. Hi, Amy. Looks like you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I have been an elected treasurer for a county party in another state, and I realize that state rules differ, but where I was, the treasurer was legally responsible for following the laws of the state's version of the PDC. And so I had ultimate veto power on something like this if I did not feel comfortable having my name legally be on the line. So I'd like to know if Diana, as the treasurer, is ultimately legally responsible, because if she is, I don't think it should be something that we can vote to make her do something that could get her into personal legal trouble.
Thank you, Amy. I think we'll take that under advisement and look into that. I really appreciate you thinking about the personal exposure of the officers. Thank you. Katie, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask that we please move this conversation to the subcommittee that was identified, because this is being broadcast on YouTube, and I think it's probably not a great idea to be, essentially running through all of these strategic scenarios in how to go against what we've already been told by the PDC. So I think it's really important for us to take this offline from this public forum.
I appreciate that. I think that's a wise idea. Judy, I wonder if you might be willing to bring your question to the committee that now includes many of these people. Is that okay, Judy? Super. Isabella, how about you?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just have a quick question. If I can get a follow-up or offline from somebody on the details of the subcommittee, and if somehow that information in private, or perhaps even maybe a special session just with especially chairs. As chairs, we'd like some really clear direction on this. And, I myself, I have a legal and a financial background too, so I have some insight and also some confusion. So that's my request, if I can stay in the loop and other chairs can stay in the loop. Thank you.
I love that. I will make sure that that is passed along. Thank you. Super. Lisa, is it possible that we can move the rest of the discussion that you were hoping to have tonight into committee?
Yeah, no, I am totally okay with that. I was going to just reiterate Isabella's request to have copies of the correspondence just to better understand.
Yes, we got it.
How they said it, we said it, and get clarity.
Yeah, super. Thank you.
Madam
Appreciate
Chair,
it.
can I point out a couple things?
Yes, please, Kevin.
Okay. First of all, if this was a motion that was tabled at the last meeting, it needs to be taken from the table at that meeting or this meeting, the following meeting. If it doesn't get taken from the table, it falls to the ground. Okay.
But it does allow us an opportunity to make a fresh motion.
Yes, it can be renewed. No, not at this one, but at the next one.
Yes.
Meeting, it can be renewed once again. Okay. To take something from the table, somebody has to move to take it from the table. It's undebatable. You vote on it, and if it's adopted, then it's brought up again. But in this case, it looks like it's going to fall to the ground because nobody's going to make that motion. And that motion should have been made a long time ago before we started having any of this discussion. But that's the whole story that we'll work on later on. But even if it was considered, okay, if it's illegal, it's illegal. We can't do it. But if it is in that gray area and you guys wanted to make that motion to do so, it would still require a 2/3 vote to adopt to donate that, because it's outside the purpose of your organization. Okay, if you look at your bylaws, it states what its purposes are, and giving a donation to a private organization or a charitable something is outside that purpose. So it would take a 2/3 vote to do so, even if it was lawful, so to speak.
Wonderful.
Just want to clear that up for people.
That's a good bit of clarity that I'll want to make sure that we translate into with your words into our minutes so that we can recall. That's a hard one for me to remember sometimes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Judy, is your question about the previous discussion, and could it be moved into committee? We'll guess that Judy has moved on and just forgotten that her hand was up. I will ask you if this concludes any new business. It feels that it does. And now I'd like to move to good of the order. If anybody has good of the order. Hi, Kat.
Hi, I have a brief good of the order. Now is the time for us to stand up. This is time for our organization to do that. We've talked about that, and it's been brought up in a couple of ways tonight. And I think it's clear that we are the ones who are going to protect each other. And to do that, we need to get trained, we need to have good information, and we need to know what to do. We need to know what rights are. So I would love to encourage people to consider going to a Know Your Rights training or a rapid response training. Both of those are extremely helpful and will be useful in the days to come. I've dropped them into chat. The reason I didn't hold this off till next meeting is one happens before the next meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I did not drop off. I couldn't get my unmute on.
Gotcha. Well, you've got the floor now, Judy.
Yeah, well, I would agree that I think, and I would like to know where some of that training is available. I am really concerned. I mean, after what's been going on in Minneapolis, and Seattle's vulnerable too, where do we get that training?
Yep, absolutely. So please do start with the WAISN training that Kat put in the chat. I appreciate that. Hi, Al. Thank you, Judy. Hi, Alex.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I just want to say quickly, I was very lucky to be accepted into the Washington Institute for Democratic Future. And there is a reception February 16th in Olympia. So if you're interested, please come. It's a free RSVP, or you can spend money and it'll help us pay for all our expenses.
That's fantastic. Congratulations, Alex. Really excited for you. That's going to be 6 months of solid work and great learning. Way to go. Way to go. And thank you for the link. Hi, Rachel. You have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. And this is my second meeting with you all, and I just wanted to use this time to reiterate what everyone else is saying about, that we need to rally. We need to not just be posting on social media. We need to be organizing with our LDs. We need to be making sure that we are looking out and making sure that our neighbors are okay and that they feel safe. And we need to also organize, and because the reality is people, I'm sad to have to say that I've had to cut people off because they've actually defended ISIS actions. I mean, the fact that I'm saying it out loud, it just hurts. But we need to make sure that that we're doing more than just protest, and we need to be actually having more calls to action, because in the end of the day, this is our country. We elect our representatives, we elect our leaders, and if they're violating our rules, we need to vote them out and also hold them to accountable to the fullest extent of the law, because that's how we have to do it. And this is what democracy is supposed to be. This is what democracy looks like. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for spending so much time with us as a guest and as a representative of your LD. I really appreciate it. And that was beautifully said. Thank you. Is there any other any other good of the order this evening? If not, I would entertain somebody making that very special, fabulous motion, the one we love the most at the end of the evening. Hey, Christopher, I see your hand is raised.
Chair,
I move to adjourn.
And Mr. Tim Burns?
Second.
Woohoo!
Madam Chair.
Sir?
Okay, just a little another parley lesson. If there's no further business, you could just declare the meeting adjourned. No motion is required.
Oh, but it's one of my favorite things when Tim says, I move to adjourn. So, well, lesson learned, and I very much appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you, everybody, for a long and lovely evening. We've all learned a lot, and I hope that we all dial into a handful of the great links that have been sent in this chat. We will share them out to you. Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely rest of your evening and sleep well
Have a
tonight.
good night.
Good night.